Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing today's meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Board Secretary, Sheila L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Member, Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Taya Wynn, who should be here any minute, and our Board Member, Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our Board Attorney today, Ryan McSherry, our ZBA Director, Ian Haggerty, and our Board Administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. This hearing is being recorded and will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote participation, whether in person or on Zoom. If you're called to speak, please state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. After that, state your name each time before you testify. To enter the appearance, indicate the property address while going on your Zoom webinar. Speak with a staff member. Call the ZBA office by the close of business tomorrow. Please call 215-686-2429 and provide your name, your email, and the case address. For remote participation, raise your virtual hand when directed so we can call you to speak. When we call on you, please hit the panel button. Use the Q&A only when you talk about procedural issues, no comments about a case. And if you are joining by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. In-person participation. If testifying, get close to the microphone so that all attendees and the court reporter can hear you. No talking, eating, or drinking during the hearing. Aggressive behavior will not be tolerated. In an emergency, follow the instructions from the staff. The main exit is through the rear doors. The nearest stairs is to the left. If we evacuate, please go to Love Park across Arch Street, and please remain there so that we can account for you. So let's look at our schedule for this morning. Number one,
Okay.
MI 2024-004 576 5963 Kembler Avenue. Steve Galling is the listed owner. We have no exhibits. This is the fifth listing.
Good morning, Chair. This is Jasmine, and I will be your co-host for this morning's session. I see no one in the audience with that name.
So MI 2024-004 576 5963 Kembler Avenue. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
That's the number, right? Yeah, we're good. Okay. So number three, MI 2025-001 562 1315 North 47th Street. Stanley Ellenberg is the attorney. We've had multiple listings with this. Is the attorney present? Sure. Take a seat, please. Or you're an attorney, right? Good. Come on, sit down. Thank you. Hi. Get the mic nice and close. Could you please state your name
Drew Bennison,
and spell it for the stenographer?
Bennison.
Right. do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the case,
Yes.
truth? Could you tell us where the status of this case is?
We haven't been able to post the property or get in contact with the community group. If we were given 30 days for a continuance, we would be able to do this.
This is the third listing, am I correct?
Yes, this is the third listing.
Could you give us an idea why this wasn't done already?
My client was out of the country for a large portion of this time, and we haven't been able to get the.
Okay, we're going to do this one more time.
Thank you.
And so we're going to continue this to 9/16/26 at 9:30 a.m., but that's it. You got to be ready to go that day.
At 9:30?
9:30, sir.
Thank you.
Right. Number 5. MI 2025-003-170 4200 Elsinore Street. This case has been withdrawn. Number 7, MI 2025-004-012. This case has been withdrawn. Number 9, we're going to bring the attorneys in that just want to make what we're hoping is a couple short statements. So it'll be number 9 is MI 2025-005-709-102 West DeVal Street. And number 10 is MI 2025-005-712-100 West DeVal Street. The attorney is Steve Masters and Alan Nachumson. Mr. Nachumson, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Alan Nachumson, A-L-A-N, last name Nachumson, N-O-C-H-U-M-S-O-N.
Mr. Masters?
Steve.
Do we see him in the
Masters
audience?
Yes, Steve Masters has been allowed to speak.
Good morning, Mr. Masters.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Steve Masters, M-A-S-T-E-R-S.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So what I want from both of you is a short update as to where we stand with this particular case. I'll start with Mr. Nachumson, and then I'll get right to you, Steve.
Okay.
Mr. Nachumson.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Alan Nachumson for the applicant. This zoning matter has been going on for years, up and down the courts, most recently remanded back down here. The parties have come to an agreement, and meaning my client, the applicant, as well as Steve Masters' client, the next door neighbor at 104 Duval Street. These are two separate projects, 100 and 102 West Duval Street. They're both proposed single-family residences. They have a few refusals. The most relevant to Mr. Masters' client is there's a side yard setback that he wanted to have increased, which we did for both properties. We provided revised plans as part of our presentation materials, such that Mr. Masters' client has a 5-foot side yard setback between 102 and 104, and then there's also a side yard setback for 100 as well. There is also an agreement between the parties that's been executed that we put as part of the record. But I just want to state it for the record, because I know this is important for Mr. Masters. First item was to increase the width of the side yard to 5 feet between 102 and 104. We're decreasing the width of that building structure for 102 to 15 feet for West Duval Street. We are agreeing to install a privacy screen on the 3rd floor rear deck. These are not, the first two are obviously provisos, which are included with our revised plan. The third one's not. We're going to remove the tree at our cost that's shared between 102 and 104 West Duval Street. 30 days from the issuance of a CO for 102 and 100 West Duval Street, we're going to make a $1,000 donation in the name of the 104 West Duval Street owners to a charity of their choice. And, you know, as part of this, the 104 Duval Street owners will withdraw the appeals with prejudice that
Thank
are
you.
currently pending.
Thank you. Mr. Masters, update.
Well, this is a situation where I agree 100% with Mr. Nachmanson. So that's what happens when you have an agreement between the parties. So we are pleased that we were able to reach a mutual understanding. It's very important to our client that the side yard be that 5 foot width, which it is within the new plans, and that the deck that's going to be built on the 102 property be totally fenced in with an opaque design, so that there can't be any spying over the walls into the
Right.
backyard of my client. And we are going to withdraw our court appeal as required by the settlement agreement, and this should be the last that this board hears about this.
Right, thank you.
This case.
Ryan, we good? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you both.
All right, thank you. And then we were talking with Hillary. I don't know how the board wants to handle whether it's a new notice of decision or what. So I'll leave it to the discretion of
Yeah.
the board in that respect. Thank you.
Oh, I'm
Okay,
sorry,
thank you.
but there is I haven't seen the corrected proviso that was I think submitted this morning or late yesterday, but the proviso should show that the width of 102 is 14 feet, I believe, so that we have the full 5 feet on our side.
Okay.
It does, Steve.
Okay, great.
All right, thank you both.
Thank you.
Number 12. MI 2025-007-182, 2800 Allegheny Avenue. That case is continued to 9/16/26 at 9:30 a.m. Number 17. Number 17, MI 2025-007-236, 12301 Medford Road. Owner is Christopher Dean. This is the first listing. We have no exhibits.
I see no one in the audience with that name, Chair.
That case will be continued to 9/16/26 at 9:30 a.m. Mark must be heard. Number 18, MI 2025-007-237, 6300 Park Avenue. This case is continued to 9/16/26 at 9:30 a.m. And number 19, MI 2025-007-240, 2130 North 31st Street. That case is continued until 9/16/26 at 9:30 a.m. We're going to go to our add-on list. Number 1, MI 2025-002-821, 2226 West Tioga Street. That matter has been rescheduled to Wednesday, May 20th at 9:30 a.m. Number 2, MI 2025-002-824, 2224 West Tioga Street. That case has been rescheduled to Wednesday, May 20th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. And number 3, MI 2022-006-750, 6151 Market Street. That case has been rescheduled to Wednesday, May 20th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. We're going to move to our first case, which is a resumptive hearing. And we need an interpreter for that case, please. Interpreter?
Chair, the interpreter has been promoted to
Oh,
panel.
thank you very much.
Hello, Your Honor. Hello, members of the board.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, of course. My name is Leonel Gillen. First name spelled Leonel. Last name is Gillen, spelled Guillen.
Do you swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English?
I swear.
Thank you. Could you please call for us, see here, Lydia Paulino?
Chair, this is Joe Consul. I was wondering if you called for additional continuances. I was hoping to put one on the record. And I don't mean to interrupt this case, but
Well, I'll tell you, which one is it, Joe?
3445 Melville.
Yeah. Sorry, interpreter. I'll
Sure,
handle
no
this
worries.
one quick.
Don't worry.
So MI 2025-004-190-3445 Millville, that case is continued until 9/16/26 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry to bother you.
No, thank you, Joe. Okay, let's go back here.
You
Could you
said,
please call for the
yes, Lidia Polino, yes. Muy buenos días. La señorita Lidia Polino se encuentra aquí. Señorita Lidia Polino. La señorita Lidia Polino se encuentra presente. Lidia Polino.
Chair, I see no one in the audience with that name, nor do I see a hand raised at this time.
How about Angie Fallu?
Chair, could you please, Your Honor, could you please spell the
Sure.
last name just to verify?
F-L-U, F-A-L-U, follow.
Thank you. Y la señorita Angie Falu. Angie Falu se encuentra presente. La señorita Angie Falu.
Chair, there's no one in the audience with that name, nor is there any hands up at the moment.
Okay. Okay, so this is a resumptive hearing. Counsel, do you sense where we stand with this?
I mean, I think ultimately we'll have to continue this matter, but I mean, we have had, I know we've had multiple resumption hearings here, but
Okay, yeah,
I
so,
don't believe there's been any actual
Pardon me?
continuances. I don't believe there's been actually any prior continuances.
okay, so
other-
here's what we're going to do. We're going to continue this one more time, and it's going to be marked, must be heard. So could you mention that just in case somebody's listening and say that in Spanish?
Yes, Your Honor.
Continued one more time, must be heard the next time.
Muy bien, entonces este caso se va a dar continuidad una vez más y la próxima audiencia debe de ser escuchado. Repito, este caso va a ser continuado una vez más y la próxima audiencia tiene que ser escuchado.
All right, and it will be continued to 9/16/26 at 9:30 a.m.
Y la fecha de continuación va a ser el 9 del 16 del 2026 a las 9:30 de la mañana.
And must be heard.
Y
Excuse me,
debe de ser escuchado.
I apologize, but we may need to strike that. There is a note that this matter must be heard. So I do not believe we can continue this again. I
Okay,
apologize.
all right, so we're going to have to dismiss it. So MI 2024-005-585, 4022 North Reese Street. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Ty Owen, my vote is to dismiss.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
Council, could you please, in Spanish, report, I mean, not council, our interpreter, could you
Yes.
report that that's been dismissed for us?
Yes. Muy bien. El caso no va a tener continuidad. Entonces, el caso número MI 2024-005585 de la dirección 4022 Norte, calle Reese, ha sido desestimado.
Council, thank you very much. We appreciate your help.
Well,
Not
beautiful.
council, I'm sorry, I keep promoting you, I'm sorry. Maybe not. Thank you, interpreter.
Have a beautiful day, everybody.
Right, you too.
Right.
All right, we're gonna move to number 4. MI 2025-002-260, 2169 North 29th Street. Gerald Natchez is the owner. There's a request for assistance from the staff. Let's see here. Unanimous support from Strawberry Mansion.
Chair, I see no one in the audience with that name.
Okay, oh, here you go. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Could you move closer to the mic for us?
Yes. I'm actually the applicant. The owner's here with me, though.
So the owner. Say that again,
I'm actually the applicant.
but he's the owner of the property.
Property, yes.
Ultimately, we'll need the owner to be providing testimony.
The owner's gonna have to testify, am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Could you state your name for us, please?
Carlos Payne, P-A-Y, Payne, P-E-Y-N-E.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I understand there's a letter of support from Strawberry Mansion,
Yes.
correct, for the RCO?
Yes.
Now, he's gonna be the one to testify, okay? Am I correct?
Yeah, I guess, yes,
Yeah, the Strawberry Mansion supporting
yes.
your request. Okay. Our board secretary has just a few questions for you.
Okay.
Chair, excuse me, this is the court reporter. Could I ask the witness to
Yeah.
please pull the microphone closer to
Put the
him?
microphone closer to you, sir. Okay.
Good morning. Did you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yeah, I
He,
submitted them.
remember,
Yes. Yes, right, yes.
You did? Okay, so do we have, we need proof of posting. So do you have the picture showing that you posted the property at least 21 days in advance of this hearing? Is that part of the exhibits that
Yes.
you? Okay, and do we have photos of the property?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Our
Yeah.
council has.
Yes, so as of now, we have not received full interior photos, or the proof of posting, or the proof of tax, the proof of tax compliance. The property is compliant, though. However, we still need the proof of posting and the exterior and interior photos.
Okay, so we
Yeah,
don't
we-
have those. Do you have those
Yeah,
with
with
you?
us.
When did you submit them?
Like 5 days before. That
Well,
Saturday.
you can't testify.
Okay, so we are not going to be able to hear this matter today without the proof of posting. We really need to have that. And for purposes of, us being able to evaluate your request, we also need those pictures. So the bigger thing is the posting.
So
without that.
when you say, like I have the.
Well, he's got it.
Okay.
Please, could you,
Yeah, the pictures of posting is right here.
Okay. Can you,
But it hasn't been made part of the record. If they have it in an envelope, they haven't been submitted in advance, we don't have them.
right. So the problem is,
so
when
here comes
we,
Ian.
yeah,
Ian's worked with them, I think.
Yes, yes.
You've been working with them, right, Ian? Somebody's been working with them here? Maybe.
okay. So can we,
Yes.
are we okay or? Okay, well then, never mind. Then, we have here, we do have pictures of the posting, so we're good. And we're also going to provide you with some staff assistance so you can help with putting on the case. Then this application is for use as a prepared food shop within an existing structure. And there were notes from the examiner that the application number 397227, calendar number 179554 was granted on 7/10/2012 for the use as a barber shop on the first floor of an existing semi-detached structure with vacant second and third floor. Proviso no sound on this application. So there's one referral, whereas the proposed use prepared food shop requires special exception approval in the CMX1 zoning district. And you have a letter of unanimous support from the Strawberry Mansion CDC, and there's a letter of non-opposition from Council Member Young. So with that as the backdrop, do you waive the reading, well, you've heard it, of the referral and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, and so then you can move forward with your case, and you'll get staff assistance with respect to your exhibits and what have you. And again,
And excuse me, this is just board counsel again. I just want to note that, ultimately the owner needs to present the case, but, the tenant is allowed to speak. I believe that the applicant, you are the tenant of the property.
So I'll swear him too.
Yes, yeah,
Yes.
they should be
Could you
sworn in.
please-
They're
did I
allowed to
swear you in
testify
yet?
as a witness.
Did I swear you in?
No.
Now, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Gerald Dyches, Gerald.
Right.
Dyches, Dyches.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Why don't we start? Tell us, basically, first start off by saying, what is it you're trying to do?
Trying to sell water ice and ice cream in the back of the shop.
Okay, all right. So, is yours, are you up on the, Ian, do we have a computer presentation?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, we do. I'm just organizing the documents that were just submitted on paper this morning. So I need just a minute for that. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. All right, he's trying to get your presentation will be up on the computer in a minute. You'll be able to see it. Pardon me?
Yeah.
You went with the RCO, right? The RCO?
Yes.
Council members in favor of what you want to do.
Yes.
You had experience doing this before?
No, I mean, I've been a cook all my life, but not running my
And
own.
this is just going to be ice cream and.
Ice cream, water ice. Yes. Pretzels.
Here. Okay, are we ready to go?
Yes.
It's up? All right, so you're leasing the property to him?
Yes, I'm ready
All
for
right,
it, yes.
all right. Is that right? Am I correct? Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
leasing it to him.
yes.
Right? So, you can let him testify, am I correct?
Yes.
So why don't you tell us, like, what you're doing, how you're fitting it out? What hours of operation do you have, want to do, and things of that nature?
Well, hours of operation is like from like 11 to like 7 during the week, maybe a little later on the weekends.
Mhm.
Really haven't, locked down that exact time, but it's going to be like a 6-day-a-week thing at least.
Right.
Close on Sundays.
Right.
Uh,
No prepared food.
no prepared food, no,
So it'll
just
be
water
water
ice,
ice cream, and pretzels.
pretzels. Yes.
And can we move that? That's the inside of the place?
Yes.
Okay.
And is this going to be eat-in, takeout?
Just take out, no eating.
Okay. And what are you going to do about trash?
You don't want to get a service.
Okay. For the outside,
Yes.
you mean? You're going to
Yes.
have. Okay. And then deliveries, what are you going to do about
Well, I
that?
haven't decided if I'm gonna do deliveries yet. That's not part of the plan right now, doing deliveries.
I mean, deliver the ice cream and water ice being delivered to you. You're not making it there,
No.
right? You're going to get it from somewhere.
Yes.
So what are you doing about that? Or what are your plans about that?
It's a few different, companies in the neighborhood where I'll be buying it from.
Okay. And you've already made arrangements
Yes.
with respect to that? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, so I know you said you're gonna be selling water ice out the back. This looks to be the rear of the first floor property.
Mhm.
What's happening in the front of the first floor
Nothing
property?
right now.
Nothing? So where are the are they gonna be coming to this blue door or to the like wood?
Right there.
Right there.
Yeah.
Right here, and this is on,
Susquehanna.
That's kind of,
so this is on the
Side.
29th Street.
Corner.
Yep.
Side. Yes.
Okay. And then how are you planning to heat? Because I know you said you're selling pretzels. Are you doing just regular pretzels, pizza pretzels?
It's regular pretzels.
Right, so no, okay. So you're just gonna need like a electric warmer. Okay.
To run the press, just an electrical warmer that you just run the presses through if they want them heated.
Are people coming into the shop? Are you gonna be selling through the window?
The window.
Through this window? Oh,
Yes.
so you gotta take the bars down and all that
Mm-hmm.
and install it, okay. I don't think I have any other questions.
Questions from our attorney?
No, Chair, just wanted to note, if there is a grant of this request, just a note, if you'd like to limit the use as a proviso to a specific portion of the building.
The portion of the building, the rear?
Yes, correct.
Like first?
Yes, first floor, correct.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission, MICHAELGALL.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I so affirm.
Please proceed, sir.
The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the current CMX1 neighborhood commercial mixed use to RSA5 residential single family attached. The applicant has demonstrated that the proposed use will not have detrimental impacts beyond what would reasonably be expected. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested special exception for prepared food shop use.
MI 2025-002-860-2169 North 29th Street. I vote yes with proviso. Rear or first floor only.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes. With proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes, with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Thank
You have your votes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, number 6, MI 2025 003279, 2519 North 7th Street. Sorry, A. Majala is the attorney.
Chair, the attorney will be joining us as a
Sure,
panel.
thank you. Counsel?
All right, there we go.
Good morning, counsel. Could you
Good
please
morning.
state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Will do, Chair. Saudi Mejia, first name Saury, last name Mejia.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel, could you identify your client and their relationship to the property?
Yes, Your Honor. Board, Chair. My client is Berg 2519 North 7th Street LLC. The property owner and the owner, sole member of the LLC is Danilo A. Burgos.
All right, and I see there's support from the 37th Ward RCO and non-opposition from Councilmember Young. Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Sure.
Good morning, council. Did you submit your exhibits and documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
And you can proceed with your sharing of your screen and making your case.
Okay. Let's see, how do we do this? Okay. We'll get there. All right.
So we have all your documents, so if you want, you could really just,
Go ahead and talk.
co-
Okay.
cover just your
Perfect.
your main issue and then head into your photos and plans.
Okay. So again, good morning, board. So today we're seeking a use variance for visitor accommodations at 2519 North 7th Street. Illinois refused the application on March 21st of 2025 because the visitor accommodations are prohibited in RM1 district. And you can see on Exhibit B, the refusal is there. Then I'll try to walk the board. I'm sure everyone's well aware of each of the variance criteria under Section 14. So
Counsel,
this
if there's-
property,
Counsel, do me a favor, could you get closer to your mic or just raise the volume a little bit? I want to make sure the
Sure.
court reporter can get this.
Sure.
Sure, that's great.
All right. And okay. So this property sits on RM1, but is directly adjacent to CMX2, where visitor accommodations are permitted. You can see that on the zoning map in Exhibit 1. Sorry, Exhibit L. Page, I'm sorry, let me see here. L is item 13. So I should have put page numbers. Yeah. Let's see.
That's your posting there, right?
Yes, that is my posting. So here, Exhibit L, you can see CMX2. It's right around the corner. The property is feet from the district where the use is allowed. The property is also within 2 overlay districts, the NIS overlay and the VDO 5th district overlay. That's noted on the refusal in Exhibit B. So this is a transitional block, not like a quiet residential street. And so we believe that the building, actually, the building already has its
Why don't you
own.
show us the building and the block?
Yes. So let's go up to Exhibit J. Well, I'll show you the posting. This is the building. Everyone can see that. This is what it looked like before. Well, on the right, it's the rear. On the left is the front of the property. This is the side view of the block.
Can I ask how many units are in that building?
3.
3?
3 units.
And this request is all for all 3?
Yes.
Okay.
And then you can see the interior photos here. And so this building is made, the property is made for what we're physically and exactly requesting. And we believe enforcing the RM1 prohibition against the property, given its location, it's on the edge of the commercial district, and its existing configuration would provide unnecessary hardship to the owner. The applicant himself, he did not create the situation. The property was purchased in 2022 as an existing structure. You can see this in Exhibit E, which is the deed. Go up here, hopefully. It's a little blurry, but this was purchased in 2022. And the zoning classification overlays were already in place. So the transitional character of the neighborhood is a pre-existing condition. We're not asking for any dimensional relief, no change in the building height, footprint, and nothing like that. The request is simply to change the use classification from multi-family residential to visitor accommodations within the same existing building that we had shown before. Like I stated before, there's 3 units. Occupancy stays the same, or it's actually lower. If the board wants, they can impose any priors. We'd accept reasonable conditions on unit count, occupancy limits, or management requirements. Because it's just 3 units, this will generate less traffic than, let's say, a 3-unit apartment building. Typically, those the people that would be staying here they usually use public transportation or rideshare. They're not daily commuting, adding cars to the block and taking up parking spots. We don't predict any harm or any to the neighborhood, or any increase in noise, nuisance beyond what the residential neighborhood already produces. These are short-term visitors. They generate less wear on the block than some tenants. You know, they're responsible to take out the trash. And they get rated for the way they leave the unit when they do leave. So if you know you're going to get a review, you most likely than not. you're
So
going to-
counsel, why don't you explain how they intend to manage the place?
Sure. So my client has a team. They manage. There's cameras on the in the building. There's noise uh, recording, not recording devices, but they record the decibel. So once it goes above a certain decibel, the team, someone in the team gets alerted, and then my client is on hands. He'll call. He has another property where there was a noise violation. He noticed in the camera that are outside. They're not in the actual physical units. They're just in the common areas outside. And he noticed a lot of individuals going into the units. He immediately went over, ended up having to call the police and disperse the crowd. So that's one way, and this was actually on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon. So he's on this 24 hours a day. So I don't see any burden to the neighborhood or any burden to anyone in the area. Again, there's no new construction, no excavation, nothing like that.
So why don't we bring your client on and have that client adopt your testimony?
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
No. Just gonna mute myself for a second here, and then.
You have your client's name so we can call. You've unmute, please. You've muted yourself. Oh boy.
His name is Danilo Burgos. Actually, he
Is he on?
no, he actually is outside. I thought he was in the Zoom, but he's actually
here
parked
outside?
He's outside my office. Can I go and grab him?
Could you bring him in?
Thank you. Give me just 1 second.
Oh my. He made it do. And he's saying he can't run it. Is that what he's saying? Okay. What's it? I do want to. Don't do it. Leave it. You'll kill it. It's a transitional block. Transitional block. Oh boy. We did Melville Street. Counsel, what we need is your client to say his name and spell it for the stenographer.
Can everyone hear me? Actually.
Yeah, he just should get a little closer.
Okay. Let me just move the camera.
Good morning. My apologies.
Sure.
My name's Danilo A. Burgos. First name is Danilo. Middle initial is A. Last name is Burgos.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, please proceed.
Okay. Mr. Burgos, do you own Berg 2519 North 7th Street LLC?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us a little bit about the property history, purchase, when it was renovated?
We purchased it in 2022. Right after purchasing it, we pulled all the necessary permits to renovate it and also add an addition to it in the rear. It's a 3-family rental. They're all one of the units is a 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom. The second unit is also a 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom, and then the third one is a 3-bedroom, 3-bath. Right now, well, it was a rental, and as we know, we're here requesting a visitor accommodation.
Did you change any the configuration of the building, add any extra units, anything like that?
No, not since we pulled the permits to renovate it and convert it into 3 units.
Okay, and you want these visitor accommodations. Could you tell us a little bit about how you're gonna manage the property, the guest screening, background checks, anything like that?
Yeah, so we have so all the guests that stay with us, they all have to be verified through the apps that we list our units on. So they have to provide identification, and then we also have a third-party screening application where they have to pretty much click a link in order to fill out the application and put in all their personal information into it for us to have it for record keeping and safekeeping. And then we also have, so I have virtual assistants that are on call 24/7. So if there's any type of emergency, they call me directly. So my phone is always on. Like for them, it's if my phone's on Do Not Disturb, it comes in directly. So if there's any emergencies, they call me directly so that I can report to the site. I'm only 15 minutes away from the site because I live in Philadelphia. I live in Northeast Philadelphia.
Okay. And do you have any cameras, anything in the building? Not in the specific units, but around for security purposes, things like that.
Yeah. So we have I have LTS cameras on the building that I can monitor from my phone, and also my assistants can also monitor from the phone. Inside the individual units, all the guests know because it's on the listing. We have what's called a minute noise monitor system. So it measures the noise frequency inside the apartment so that if it goes over a certain decibel, then it sets off an alarm on our end. And we know if they're having like some type of party or being too rowdy, or maybe if there's some type of argument that we don't know about, but all the guests know about it ahead of time. So it's this disclosed and it's completely legal.
So
You're really drifting away. You got to get closer to the mic. Counsel, has he adopted your testimony yet?
yes. So yes, Chair, Board Chair, yes.
Questions from the board?
Yes, I think I just need a little bit more clarity into what's defining the hardship. It does look like this is a self-imposed hardship. You bought this as a single-family home. You did extensive construction. You extended the building and turned it into 3 units. So could you walk us through what's driving your decision to want a short-term rental?
So the property is zone RM1. So we the prior use, yes, it was a single family to as far as I know, but we bought it because we can convert it into multifamily. And the when we bought the property, it was already being it was like in the process of being renovated into a 3-unit. We bought it with a construction loan it got approved with a construction loan for 3 families. So we renovated it as 3 families. We tried putting it on the market, but the market is saturated with rental units, and we weren't able to rent it long term at a rate that can support the mortgage. So we put it as visitor accommodation, and we were able to see more income on it to be able to cover the mortgage and like barely leave like money left over for operating reserves. So we did try to put it on as a long-term rental, but the market's too saturated. There's too many units hitting the market, and it just doesn't pencil out. So it wasn't like I had to get money from elsewhere to pay the mortgage.
When was the last time you tried to rent it?
We're always looking for people. It's not like we're not.
So it's like actively being marketed now? When was
It's
the last
not on,
time there were tenants, like
it's
long-term
not,
tenants?
it's not on MLS, no.
No, okay, but when were the last time there was a tenant in the unit?
I
Or in
haven't
any of
been,
the units?
I haven't been able to get a tenant in the unit.
So you had, no one's been in this since 2022?
As a long-term tenant,
Yeah,
no.
okay. And then for your other properties, do you have other short-term rentals in the city?
I, I do,
You do? And are you self-managing those as well?
yes.
And then how's management of those been going? I think one, I'm a little skeptical of a virtual assistant. Like that's essentially setting an AI alarm to let you know when something's going on. It's a glorified, voicemail system. So
No, it's not, it's an actual, it's a person.
you have an actual person. Okay.
Yeah, no, there's no AI. I don't believe in I'm very skeptical when it comes to AI, because you can ask a question and it answers something completely different and it makes no sense. And what it does, it irritates people. Like it irritates me when I call somebody and AI answers, and I'm like, why? Like, where's the human touch to it all? So I understand where you're coming from that because
Okay.
I'm with you on it. But no, there's no AI communication. Everything is real,
So you have
real
you have a
person.
24-hour real person. So all your tenants, if there's an issue, they're talking to a live line, and then
Yeah.
that person's gonna okay. And
Yeah,
then
yeah. So
how's the
you
management of your other units been going? Are they
it's
located in the same area near Temple?
no, the it's in Northeast Philadelphia.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I have any.
Okay. Other questions from the board?
Yeah, how
Oh,
many
great,
units do
great
you have?
question.
How many other units do you have?
I have 5 other units.
5 other units, and that are the short-term rental.
Yeah, it's a mixture of short term and long term.
And when was the last time you said they were advertised for rent or
Uh, the
long-term rent?
the ones where the hearing is about, correct?
That we're talking about, yeah. Mhm.
I would have to check the record. It was probably in 2023, 2024, honestly.
And and the community meeting, how did that go?
There was a lot of people went to the community meeting. It was very productive. I did get to hear a lot from the community in regards to their concerns around the visitor accommodation. And they did voice that they had concerns with the people that were staying there. So it overall went good. I believe we have the community support. They did provide a letter supporting the property as visitor
The vote was
accommodation.
12-4, 4 in opposition, 12 in favor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So I would say the community meeting went very, very well. And I also got an extensive amount of phone numbers from direct neighbors that they get in contact with me directly if there's any issues.
Last question, I guess this is for the attorney. You mentioned several times that this neighborhood is transition. What does that mean?
So it sits right at a corridor where there's commercial, uh, other commercial properties. So when I say that, I say the foot traffic and just the public, I guess, interaction with the residential area, it's busy. It's not a quiet neighborhood where only the neighbors that are there are going through the area.
Okay. Questions from our attorney?
No, Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the existing RM1 residential multifamily to RSA5 residential single-family attached. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are any unique physical circumstances or conditions of the property that would prevent the property from being used in strict conformance with the zoning code. The community in question is largely single-family in nature, leading to an increased likelihood of parking and nuisance issues for nearby properties from the proposed use. And as note to the board, the nearby CMX2 district does not allow visitor accommodations by right. The Planning Commission therefore recommends that the board deny the requested variance for visitor accommodation.
So council, we've heard your testimony, we've heard your client's testimony. We're going to talk about this next week in executive session, and we'll vote at 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday, okay?
Okay.
Thank you both.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all.
Okay,
Thank
now
you all.
going to number 13. Pardon me? Didn't we? 11, right? Right, so now it's 13, right? Okay, let me see. MI 2025-007-032, 1007 to 13 New Market Street. Meredith Furliger is the attorney. Sure, sure we will. Number 13. MI 2025-007-221, 8003 Navajo Street. Vern Anastasio is the attorney.
Vern Anastasio will be rejoining us as a panelist.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Counsel, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yeah, it's Vern Anastasio, Anastasio, on behalf of my client, Mr. Michael Orzolik.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Let's go back to your client again. My understanding in a conversation with counsel that the owner of this place, but
Is his partner.
right, but the question is who's to testify, right?
Well, ultimately, you know, the Mr. Orzolik is not on the deed. You know.
No, we have a letter from the owner in my exhibit packet authorizing him to pursue this.
Well,
Yeah.
ultimately, you know, the issue is the individual on the deed needs to be the one to adopt your testimony. Mr. Orzolik cannot adopt your testimony. He may be called as a witness, but
Oh, that's fine.
since
Yeah, I
he's not
wasn't.
the deed owner, he can't adopt the testimony.
That's fine. No one emailed me in advance to advise of that, but that's fine.
Okay. I understand. Let's see here. The RCO support
Yes, unanimous.
from Chestnut Hill Association.
Correct.
Okay, our vice, not our vice chair, our board secretary has a few questions for you, Vern.
Thank you.
Good morning, council.
Good morning.
Did you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this
Yes, of
hearing?
course.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Then you can share your screen and proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. The application is for personal services. Basically, my client is a trainer, personal trainer. He'll do concierge services, one-on-one, only one client per visit, approximately 45-minute sessions, opening mostly in the morning, but we'll have clients throughout the day. There's a large, oh, by the way, here are the immediate neighbors, 8005, 8001, both in support, in addition to the folks across the street. And we'll get to, you've already seen that Chestnut Hill Civic Association's letter of support with the proviso that it's sunset. Here's the refusal. Obviously, the personal services is not permitted in RSD 3. Here's the interior layout of the house itself. Here's the floor plan of the basement. And this is where the gym will be right here in the basement. This portion here. This is the home itself. As you can see, it sits off the street, rather large driveway that can fit 3 cars or more. This is the interior gym section, and here's the rest of the basement. And the business model is, I'm sure many folks are familiar with this. My client would enter into a business relationship with an individual. An individual pays on a monthly basis, and that individual will come to my client's home, 1, 2, 3 times a week for a 45, 50-minute session. This is 41 individual households were mailed the notice, and the Chestnut Hill Civic Association questionnaire that was filled out. And of course, Ms. Khan, who is my client's partner, authorizing him to pursue this variance. And again, the immediate neighbors surrounding the property are in full support as well. We have no objection to the sunset provision. And with that, I'd like to call my client to the stand.
Why do you do that?
Michael Orzulik.
Can we take him?
Michael Orzulik will be coming in as a panelist.
He may testify as to the use, but he just, the only issue is he can't adopt.
I understand, counsel. I heard you.
All right,
I heard you.
okay.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Please state your name and spell for the stenographer.
My name is Michael Orzolek, Michael Orzolek.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Thank you. Michael, did you hear my presentation to the board today?
Yes.
Is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Can you explain your history as a trainer and, that this is not something that you're going to be doing for the first time? Please explain to the board.
So I majored in sports medicine in college, continued on to get my master's in human performance. I've worked as like a physical therapy aide. I've coached multiple sports in my life, and I've been working as a personal trainer in the city for about 10 years.
And you're also a championship rower, are you not?
Correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Are you going to bring in your Ms. Khan on?
No, ma'am. No, sir.
Okay. All right.
We have
questions?
unanimous support. I
Sure.
don't necessarily
Questions
think
from
we
the
need it.
board?
Yes, I have a few questions. One, did you all talk at all to the owner of, what is 8004? The house directly behind? I see you got everyone on the immediate block, but that house's backyard would be sort of facing parts of the.
They
property.
attended the RCO meeting.
They did, okay.
Yep.
And,
Mhm.
but they did not sign in support.
We didn't get to them. My client was working. Yeah, that's all that was. That was no other reason.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
not like they're in
Yeah,
opposition.
yeah. Yeah, we weren't trying to avoid anyone.
And then my second question is, are you going to be exclusively training in the basement, or do you plan to use any of the outdoor spaces as well when the weather's nice?
Strictly in the basement.
Strictly in the basement?
Yep.
Okay.
Other questions?
So, how many days a week, or I guess it depends on the
It
number of clients that you
right,
have.
it does depend. Typically, trainers, personal trainers work Monday through Friday full time, maybe a Saturday in the morning, but Sunday's usually off.
Okay.
That's my own experience with trainers.
And then the parking will be in your own yard,
In the own driveway, yes.
in your own driveway. And this would be, these are all by appointment only, I mean.
By appointment only, correct.
Okay. And because these are individual, then you can't have but so many people in a day. All right. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And how are the clients procured?
That's a good question. Michael?
So My plan is just, basically like set up a website, set up an Instagram, get some local flyers at the local businesses, go door to door, just talk to my neighbors. I want this to be like a pretty small community business. My target population is just people that can walk here. So that is my basic marketing strategy.
And typically, how personal training works is that a personal trainer will plop into a residential community or near a residential community and just operate in maybe a 2 mile radius where people can walk to. It's not like I would decide to get in my car from Center City and drive to Chestnut Hill at 7 a.m. for training. Most folks aren't going to do that.
Yeah, convenience is one of the main things I'm going for.
Okay.
Questions
right,
from our
thank you.
attorney?
No, Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the current audience here?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSD3 residential single-family detached zoning at this location. The property is large and has a physical parking configuration off the shared driveway that would easily allow for the proposed use at this intensity level. The appellant has demonstrated that the proposed use would not cause undue detriment to the local community beyond what might otherwise be expected. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed variance for personal services home business use.
Thank you. Number 13, MI 2025-007-221, 8003 Nevada Street. I vote yes with proviso. No clients after sunset.
Michael Johns, my vote is a yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Brian McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Mr. Chair, I have one question about that. As we all know, sunset changes throughout.
That's what. But I mean, that's what you told me. I didn't. Yeah.
No, throughout the year. No, I don't think I said that.
Who said?
Not
you
me.
said
That has not been any part of my presentation. I'm sorry.
Didn't somebody say the proviso was no from the client from the?
No, it was sunset provision.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They wanted a temporary.
All right, okay, so
variance.
no proviso. We'll vote with no proviso.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Do they need to revote with no proviso?
Council,
I think.
Okay, we'll
just
revote.
for clarity of the record, we should.
Thank you.
Revote. Yes.
We all right? Don't have to revote?
I think we should. I think we should.
Okay, let me get it up again.
Do we need to do the sunset with the sale of the property proviso?
No.
All right, Area one. Area one.
We do not know. No.
Okay.
6. Be right with you. Paper's killing me.
This one is 13.
13. This paper doesn't turn, man. Jesus. Okay. MI 2025-007 221 8003 Nevada Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Brian McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you, council. Meredith? We ready?
No,
One more. Okay. We could just keep going here.
do we need to do Melrose?
We continued it. He got on the phone and continued it. Number 14. Here we go. MI 2025-007 231 1650 North Fifth Street. Number 8, Joseph Consul is the attorney. There's support from South Kensington and also Councilmember Lozada. It's non-opposition.
Hello again.
Joe, you were on earlier, right? I swore you in earlier, right?
I don't think I spelled my name and stuff. I just kind of butted in for a continuance.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yeah, it's Attorney Joseph Consul, Joseph. Last name is Consul, Console.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Do you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client is Evan Anderson of EC Dynasty LLC, who owns the property.
Or our board secretary has a few questions.
Good morning, counsel. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Then you can share your screen and begin your presentation. Thank you.
My screen's up. Joe Consul here for Evan Anderson of EC Dynasty. He's on the call. We're here for 1650 North 5th Street, Unit B. It's IRMX zoning district, seeking a use variance for a two-family household listing. For the record, and you'll see in the photos when I get there, my client does not own the ground floor. That ground floor is Unit A of a separately owned commercial condominium space. So we got nothing to do with Unit A here. We're here for the 3 upper floors. Second, we are positioning this as a paperwork correction. The original developer in 2017, and I've submitted all these documents, did a bunch of PUDs and condos in and around this block all in one go. And this piece of it was not done correctly, meaning he built this as 4 floors, commercial on the first floor, 2 units above it. But for some reason, when it went through, it came as just a single family home in an IRMX district for this particular unit. So again, I'll go through things in a little more detail, but we presented this timeline to the South Kensington Community Partners. They understood because they were around when this project came around the first time, when the developer did all this work, and they voted to support the variance. Let's see. So as I mentioned in 2017, let's see if I can find it in my files here real quick. Board granted a variance for the overall development of 57 dwelling units. However, on those plans, which I kind of just have sort of faded versions of and what I submitted, our building that we're here for today was called Building 35, and at the time was labeled as having a commercial unit on the ground floor and single family living above. So it wasn't even labeled as being 2 condos at the time, but either the developer did this by accident, or and I'll show you the pictures now, or he ended up just building it as a commercial unit on the first floor and 2 units above. Either one of those things could be true. We're not sure. The RCO's not sure, but we do know that other units that were similar to this one in this PUD were correctly identified as commercial with 2 residential above. So we're thinking that this was just an error in the paperwork. So if you look at, that's what it looks like from the outside. We don't own the ground floor. Above that is Unit 1, which is a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment. And then Unit B2 is bi-level, 3-bedroom, I believe 3-bath. My client can confirm that when he comes on. Just showing you the outside from another angle. That is actually a trash storage area in the back. You can see there's 3 gas meters there. Giving you some more exteriors. Showing you the interiors of the units. Like I said, this was designed and built completely as it is. You can see there's 4 electrical meters there, 1 common, and then the commercial for Unit A, and then the 2 for my client's 2 units. It's the roof. The deed. So he purchased it in 2022, marketed as a duplex. on all the marketing materials. He went to get his rental license, and this is where we're at. He's on the board of the condo association and is very involved in everything here. And we don't anticipate this being problematic to anyone in the neighborhood for any reason. I don't need to go through all my other exhibits, but we got support from the RCO, and everything else is submitted along with the tax clearance, the deed, and the previous approvals. I'll call Evan to raise his hand.
And he's being promoted now to panelist chair.
Are you there, Evan?
Yes, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer? What's your client's name, Joe?
Evan Anderson.
Mr. Anderson? Thank you.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Excellent, thank you. My name is Evan Anderson, EVANANDERSON.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Counsel?
Evan, did you hear my testimony just now regarding your property at 1650 North 5th, Unit B?
Yes, I did, and it is accurate.
Thank you. So you adopted as your own. Would you just recap the layout of the two units in case I misspoke there?
Yeah, I think you described it pretty well. So again, I purchased this duplex with the intent of occupying it myself and having a family member in the other unit with optionality to rent. Was seeking a rental license. And so the layout is across 3 floors, the upper 3 floors of this building. First floor being 1 unit that is 1 bed, 1 bath. The upper unit is 3 bed, 3 bath.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Questions from the board? Questions from our attorney?
No, Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommended a change from the former I2 medium industrial zoning at this location to RM1 residential multifamily. In 2016, however, the city remapped this property in a community-led remapping to IRMX industrial residential mixed use. The property in question was previously permitted for a commercial ground floor use with single-family use on the floors above, and it is physically configured for a use other than industrial. The appellant has demonstrated that the proposed use would not cause undue detriment beyond what might otherwise be expected. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board grant proposed variance for 2-family residential use.
MI 2025-007-231, 1650 North 5th Street, Unit B. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Hi, Wynn, my vote is yes.
Number 11, MI 2025-007-039-032, 1007 to 13 New Market Street. Meredith Ferliger is the attorney. Counsel, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. Meredith Ferliger, Ferleger.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
My client is Proud American LLC, which is the owner of the property, and that LLC is represented today by Sarah Proud Finelli.
Right, you have a letter of support from Northern Liberties. And let's see here, and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla. Is that right?
Wonderful. Yep.
Our board secretary has a few questions.
Good morning, Council. Did you submit your exhibits and documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Then you can share your screen and begin your presentation.
Thank you. And I appreciate your flexibility while I dealt with some technical difficulties. As-
Maybe like towards the end, you seem to like to go to.
I think you might be right.
Yeah, go ahead.
My computer said it's too early. You have to present later. I think I agree with you on that. The request before the board today concerns 1007 through 13 New Market Street and seeks to remove a now 3-time granted temporary approval so that hopefully this 4th time will be the Proud's last time in front of the board for the foreseeable future. And not that it's not very enjoyable, but this would now be the 4th time. I will be brief, given this case has come before the board and been granted relief many times before. This application today concerns the outdoor seating area for Jerry's Bar, which is a longtime staple of Northern Liberties. As always, you have an exhibit packet in front of you that contains 15 exhibits, including tax clearance at Exhibit 2, as well as the deed at Exhibit 3. As Mr. Chairman mentioned, this application did receive overwhelming support from the Northern Liberties Neighbors Association. With that background in mind, let me orient you to the location of this particular property. On the zoning map that I have up on the screen here at Exhibit 7, you can see that this property sits on New Market Street, which I didn't know even existed prior to this application, just north of Laurel Street. It is an irregularly shaped parcel that is zoned RSA5. It also sits within the NCA Neighborhood Commercial Overlay District North Delaware Avenue area. I did also include some aerials at Exhibit 8. Let me zoom in there a little bit. So as you can see in this view here, I have an arrow pointing to the location of this property. And just in terms of the context, Jerry's Bar is right here on this corner of Laurel Street. So it's just the 2 diagonal corners here. The south view that I included, I think, gives the best context in terms of the context of this area. This area around Jerry's Bar, for those of you that know Northern Liberties quite well, is mixed residential and commercial just west of 95 and is surrounded by many new large multifamily developments, some single-family homes, as well as some commercial uses as well. From the photographs, I have in the packet at Exhibit 15, you'll see that this parcel has, since the COVID-19 pandemic, been used as an off-site seating area for Jerry's Bar. The use itself is obviously quite seasonal. I don't know that many people would like to sit outside in the middle of January, but it has become a wonderful asset to the community in the warmer months. Just to give you a little bit better context, this next photo shows some of the area behind the parcel and adjacent to the parcel, which are predominantly used as parking for some of the surrounding buildings. And as you can see here in the next photograph, the outdoor seating area is surrounded by a low decorative fence and really serves to activate this corner. Across New Market is a combination of residential and some ground floor use, commercial uses as well. The next photograph shows the fairly insulated location of this seating area. And as you can see here, there are no windows on the side of the building, on the side of the home that this use adjoins directly to the right. And then from Laurel Street, again, you can see the context of this lot from Jerry's Bar, which you can see here right at the corner. And then I did include just a couple of additional photographs here showing the outdoor seating area as it's existed for the last 5 or 6 years at this point, which really only has a couple of tables, chairs, and some plantings. At Exhibit 10, I did also include some of the information that's been presented to the board over the years. Just in terms of one important note, the lot itself prior to Sarah and her dad activating it had really been vacant since about the 1940s. There was no documented single-family use in that time over, the last 80 years or so. And then flipping back to Exhibit 5, zoom in a little bit on this. I did include a zoning site plan that shows generally the existing layout. Obviously, it's movable tables and chairs, so this is not necessarily exact, but does represent a general layout of the site itself. Importantly, you will notice the location of 4 different trash receptacles that are placed on the property, 2 in this location here, and then 2 more at the bottom as well. As I've alluded to, this property has been used as exterior seating during good weather months for Jerry's Bar. Exhibit 6 shows some of the operational considerations that were in front of the RCO as well, which include about 30 to 35 occupants, no live or amplified music, and then per long-standing agreements with the community as well, all food in this particular location is served on disposable place settings, and then, of course, trash is stored on the property and is removed daily. The hours of operation are limited, as you can see up on the screen. Mondays closed, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 3 to 10, Friday, 3 to 11, and then Saturday and Sunday start at 9 a.m. and end at 11 p.m. or 10 p.m. On Sundays. If you are hungry, we did also include a sample menu in the exhibits as well. So although the use itself only actually involves tables and chairs and has no structures, cooking, or any kind of other typical accompaniments to a restaurant, it is still classified under the zoning code as a sit-down restaurant. And you can see that here on the refusal. Although that use as a restaurant, a sit-down restaurant, would normally be a special exception in the North Delaware Avenue NCA overlay, because the property is zoned RSA 5, a refusal is generated from this use instead of a special exception. From the history that I've included at Exhibit 9, you'll see that the long chain of approvals here started back in 2021, where the zoning board seemingly granted only 1-year temporary approvals, which has required the Prouds to return back to the board in September 2021, July 2022, and April of 2023. I believe that the temporary approvals at the time were necessitated due to some misunderstandings that the community members may have had at the time about the implications of a permanent approval for this type of use. When I got involved, I believe I was able to clarify some very critical factors, which is ultimately why we did receive such overwhelming support from Northern Liberties. I'll share those factors with the board. First, as we've presented today, the use itself is extremely low impact and has become a wonderful asset to the Northern Liberties community in support of Jerry's Bar. Now, practically speaking, while temporary approvals are often warranted where there's some uncertainty in terms of a future ownership transfer, here, those concerns are actually mitigated by the zoning code itself. even with a permanent approval for an eating and drinking establishment in this location, no one can operate it as such independently on this lot. The zoning approval authorizing the use would only do that, authorize the use. It would not allow a future owner, to the extent that Sarah decided to ever sell, to come in and physically erect a restaurant on this lot. That would require an entirely new permit and trigger an entirely new set of variances. I believe this was a critical point of clarification for the community when we attended the meeting. The refusal itself, as you can see, is abundantly clear that this is only for the use, and in fact, it notes that it is open air. So the only possibility of operating this lot as a restaurant is with the off-site physical restaurant location. Continuous grants of temporary approvals have required Sarah and her father to return to the board now 4 times and add significant operational costs that are not in this case supported by any legitimate basis to support that temporary relief under the circumstances that we've presented. As always, we submit that the variance is the least minimum and now seeks to continue a 5+ year use of the lot, which has been maintained in a perpetually vacant state with no evidence of a single-family use for at least the last 80 years. The unusual shape of the lot and its orientation would also render a new single-family development challenging, particularly since it faces an unopened street. The use itself has no evidence over its lifetime of creating congestion, harming any neighbor's properties, or impairing light and air. Although it did start during COVID to support the restaurant, the operations themselves have become wildly successful and of huge community benefit. The property is maintained in a clean, well-landscaped condition and is fully compliant with all of the RCO conditions. In this case, the zoning code itself ensures that no unintended consequences can result from a permanent approval, and we would respectfully request that the board allow Jerry's Bar to move forward without the burden of requiring future relief under temporary conditions. As always, I did submit a memorandum of law at Exhibit 11, providing a little bit of additional argument if necessary. At this time, I would ask Mr. Chairman to swear in my client to adopt my testimony.
Could you turn your mic on and get a little closer to the mic?
Hello.
All right. And could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Proud, Saraproud.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Counsel?
I apologize, Chair. This is the reporter. I did not catch the spelling.
Okay, come on and get a little closer and say your name again, please.
Sarah Proud, Saraproud.
Thank you. Counsel?
Thank you. Sarah, you are authorized to speak on behalf of Proud American LLC, the owner of the property, correct?
Yes.
And this, you've heard all of the testimony and evidence that I offered in front of the board today?
Yes.
And would you agree to adopt that testimony as if you had given it yourself?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yes. When does it close? Is it open just the hours that the restaurant is open, or is it?
No,
How do you secure it?
There's a list of provisos here.
Yeah, there's a list
Okay.
of, here we go, let me bring this up. So the hours of operation I have up on the screen: Mondays closed, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 3 to 10, Friday, 3 to 11, Saturday, 9 to 11, 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Sunday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sarah, are these the same hours as the bar, or are these slightly different hours than the bar?
It's open on Mondays, but we won't be using the garden on Mondays. And we want to have these hours in here just to cover all bases, but we really use the garden for just small little events. It doesn't run every single day, so it really just depends on what's going on throughout the week.
All right. Thank you.
And where does the food come from?
It comes from Jerry's Bar, which is also their restaurant, which is diagonal from, let me show you. Sarah, I don't know if you want to address just the logistics of
Yeah,
just
I was
walking across the
interested in that.
street.
It's across the
How do
street,
do
yeah.
that?
Just across the street.
Okay.
And, so it would just come from our restaurant kitchen.
Oh, okay. All right. And, okay, no more than 35 seats. Okay.
And you
Right.
agreed to all of
Thank you.
these provisions?
Yes.
Questions from our attorney?
No, Chair.
Questions from the virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 5 residential single-family attached zoning at this location. The property has a documented history of use as an outdoor eating and drinking establishment, including 3 temporary variance approvals granted by this board between 2021 and 2024 for the same use. The appellant has demonstrated that the proposed use would not cause undue detriment to the neighboring community beyond what might otherwise be expected. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested special exception for eating and drinking establishments.
Thank you. MI 2025-007-032, 1007 to 13 New Market Street. I vote yes with proviso. Maximum occupancy 35. No live amplified music. Daily commercial trash pickup. Hours of operation: Monday closed, Tuesday to Thursday 3 p. to 10 p. Friday 3 p. to 10 p. Saturday 9 a. to 11 p. and Sunday 9 a. to 10 p.
Excuse me, Chair, I believe it might have been a typo on the notes. I believe that Friday it's at 11 p.m. Not
Okay.
7, 'cause that
All right,
was-
so
that was-
Friday would be 3 p. to 11 p. Is that right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael
Thank you.
Johns, my vote is yes with provisos.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with provisos.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes with provisos.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 15, MI 2025-007-232, 5050 Parkside Avenue. The attorney is Michael Egnall. Letter of support from Parkside Association and a letter of support from Councilmember Jones.
Chair, I see no one in the audience with that name.
Egnal?
Yes, Chair, that's correct.
How about anybody from ALEF Tower Limited?
If anyone is in the audience for 5050 Parkside Avenue, please raise your virtual hand.
Okay. So MI 2025-007-232, 5050 Parkside Avenue.
Excuse me, Chair, just wanted to note that I believe we are, technically we are ahead of schedule, so I just was unsure if perhaps
We'll go to the next one?
Yeah, I
Okay,
think we should
sure,
probably give them
sure.
just a few minutes.
How about that? We got one more left here.
In that case, I may retract that statement if that's all we have left.
Right, well, there's, why don't we do this? Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Okay.
And then we'll come back, okay? That way.
That's fair.
Right. You know, pardon me? You all right? Number 15, MI 2025-007-232, 5050 Parkside Avenue. Michael Egnall is the attorney.
Chair Michael Egal will be promoted to panelist.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, sir. We got like a little ahead of ourselves today, and we almost missed you. But could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yeah, absolutely. So my audio, I'm having a hard time hearing you. So let me mess with this.
I messed with it a little bit there.
Okay, it's a little quiet, but you can hear me okay?
I hear you perfect.
Okay,
Can
great.
you hear me now if we speak up?
Yeah. I might have to ask you to repeat yourself, but I can hear you. Let's
Sure.
do.
So could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name is Michael Egnal, Michael Egnal.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I so swear.
And could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
My client is the owner of 5050 Parkside Avenue, Unit 101. And I am the attorney for my client.
And you have support from the Parkside Avenue, Parkside Association, and also support from Councilmember Jones. Our board secretary has a few questions for you.
Good morning, council. Did you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I did.
And do you waive the reading of the, referral and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Then you can share your screen and begin your presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see here. Which one is this? So I can't see what your view is, but can you see zoning board hearing presentation?
I do.
Okay. So my client is an adult daycare located in the Parkside community. And this is a view of the front of their business. They work with seniors during the day to provide activities, enrichment, meals with people, not just in the very localized community or even West Philly, but across the region. Our referral today relates to an application for an event use at the premises. The desire of ownership is to utilize the space, which I'll take you through shortly, to host activities for this same community. So the idea would be an 80th birthday party, sort of after hours, after the daycare ends, would be an example of the sorts of activities that they want to have there. And it's a large facility and it has a dedicated parking lot. Here's the view from the rear. The adult daycare's entry at the rear is all the way in that back left corner where there's a yellow sign, but this is the parking lot for the entirety of this commercial space. Here's an overhead view to give you a sense. The front of the business is up towards the top there along Parkside Avenue, facing the park, sort of near the Mann Music Center, if you can imagine where that is. And to the rear, through all these parking lots, there's a Lowe's and there's a large commercial development behind there. And this is the parking lot sort of in the center of the picture to give you a sense of the layout and where things are. Here's a picture. This is set up as a condominium. There are 3 different condominiums. One is a Goodwill, one is a medical provider, and the third is this adult daycare, which is the third of the 3 spaces all the way to the right here. So this is the space, and this is the parking lot to the rear of it. This is a layout of the adult daycare. There's administrative offices. On the right-hand side is Parkside Avenue, and all the way to the left behind there would be the parking lot to orient you. So there's a large interior space where a lot of events happen. You can see 2 columns there. And then sort of down and to the left, there's another large event space. And then all the way to the left, there's a large commercial kitchen. So this space, it's got big open areas. It's got a commercial kitchen. It already, is enjoyed by the community during the day for the seniors. And the idea is to allow them to utilize the space in the evening. We had 2 meetings with the community. I'm going to take you through just a few pictures to give you a sense of the finishes and what the space is like. It's a big open space that's adjustable with tables and chairs and a stage that the seniors use all year long. We had 2 meetings with the community to get comfortable about the hours of operation, the utilization, plans for parking, all of it. And as you can see from the letter from the RCO, the community was quite satisfied and they're very excited for this business to now add on an additional use to, work with this population. I think that's substantially what we want to say here. The ownership wanted to join in, and forgive me for not prepping them to hop on a little bit earlier, but I think they're tied up right now. Actually, I gave them an expectation to hop on in like 45 minutes, so I don't believe they're available to answer any questions. But if you have any specific questions, I'm available to answer them now.
Well, counsel, you're an officer of the court. We can accept your testimony. Questions from the board?
Yeah, hours of operation. So the event space is used. That'll be every weekend, and when will they close?
That's a good question. So we spoke with the community, and the idea would be that potentially during the week, these are seniors and it's day entertainment. So the activity during the week here would cease, when normal business hours cease, 5, 6 o'clock. So potentially there could be, an anniversary party or like a Bible study, maybe at 6, 7, 8 o'clock. But no events would happen. Everything would be shut down and cleaned out before 10 o'clock. Any day of the week or weekend. This population doesn't want to be up late, and the community doesn't want a ton of activity around there anyway, going very late at night. And I want to point out one thing, looking at the frontage here. This is a very retail kind of space. If you look, this is facing west. There's a parking lot. There's a charter school down there going west from here, and to the east, it's sort of. I don't think I have a good picture. Well, yeah, you can sort of see that you've got a park to the north and commercial and retail here. So there isn't a great concern about traffic and activity here. Nevertheless, we're curtailing activity sort of late evening, and there's nothing late night.
Okay. And so, but this is not an age restricted event space. Because it's open to this will be open to the public though, right?
That's right.
Okay. So yeah. Okay.
Other questions?
Is there a commercial kitchen on site or a catering kitchen on site?
Yeah, I don't have pictures of it specifically, but I don't know how zoomed in this appears for you. There is a very large commercial kitchen that's been fully licensed and overseen by the Department of Health for years here for this use. So it's there. They serve hundreds of meals every week. It's fully set up all the way to the left to the rear here.
I see. I understand that it's on site for the senior center, but will it be available for this event space?
That's my understanding.
That's okay. That was not clear. Okay. And then who's going to be managing the event space? Is it a separate staff person, or will it be the existing staff of the senior center?
I understand that the substantial staff, and I understand that they'll coordinate with the users and potentially scale up and bringing their own people depending on what the activity is, and if there's help needed based on the number of people or the use that's intended. But my understanding is it'll be managed by the same people who are currently owning and managing this place now.
And then I know most of the photos you've shown seem to be of this like big interior space where the 2 columns are shown on this plan. How much of this floor are going to be available for the event space?
I think so. If you see this sort of smaller sectioned off rooms at around the perimeter of the image, those are largely administrative offices or things like that. So those would not be available. And to the bottom, these are large bathrooms for men and women across the bottom. Besides that,
I'm
the
talking about the
rooms,
large room that's between that space and the kitchen. The two large rooms that are between that space and the kitchen is primarily what I was inquiring.
yes, that's right. That the main room would be the intended use, right?
Yeah, but the two large rooms between that room and the kitchen, are those also going to be available for the event space?
I believe so. I believe everything that's not an administrative office potentially could be used.
And do you know how those two other rooms are being used now? Because we did not see photos of them.
Yeah, I regret that I didn't take photos because I toured through there with the owners. It's the same idea. It's a large space where there's some seating and it looks like classes maybe happen there or entertainment or activities. It's the same idea as what you saw, but slightly smaller.
Okay, and so then leads me to the main question. Is there a plan to have more than one event happening at a time?
No, there is no plan for that. Single event would be the plan.
Other questions?
Not a question, but a comment. I travel by this facility on my way to church and back from church, and I never realized that it was a senior center. I know there's a daycare around there. It looks like in a school. So there is traffic during the time of drop-off and pickup of the kids. So are these, when this is operating, what hours is it operating so that we're not talking about that kind of traffic?
So you're talking about the current operation, like what the current operation hours are?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna Google it so that I'm accurate, but I think it's what you would call normal business hours. The website says 7 to 6. I know I've been there at around 8 or 9 a.m. and there are sort of shuttle buses bringing seniors from various facilities. So I would say normal business hours in my experience, and it's closed during the weekend. This facility.
Right. Yeah. You don't usually see that, but there is a school or a daycare near there where there's a lot of traffic if it's during the week and what have you. So just to say, I'm not sure how much the use of the parking lot, would help with that, but it doesn't appear to be coming from this particular use. Just as a comment. So again, and I guess I was worried about the actual operating hours, pick up, drop off of the seniors and that kind of thing, and how that might affect the kind of events that you're talking about.
Yeah, I understand that. I think it ends at 5, and they probably close up and wind down through to 6 p.m. Is my experience. But I was over there in the evening for the RCO meetings that we had, and the place is shuttered 5:30. So I know the current business operates generally what you would call normal business hours, and I think the event space, it's a little dynamic, right? Whenever people maybe necessarily can get there after work, what their plans are for setting up. I don't know that it's a fixed idea. I know the idea is to have everything shut off and emptied out, at a reasonable time in the evening later on. But I don't know that it's written in stone when events would necessarily start.
And will there be any weekend events? That would seem more likely with the seniors.
Yeah, my client mentioned a desire to meet the needs of the community and really try to make this space welcoming, not just, from 9 to 5 during the week, but a lot of the same people say, hey, I'd like to, I heard the phrase Bible study, and I understand that potentially would be during the weekend. an anniversary party. I think that there's a desire to use the space during the weekend. And I understand that it's very quiet there during the weekend. Like you said, during the week, I think there's adjoining daycares and there's a charter school that appears to be not small, I think about a block to the west. But during the weekend, I think it's a bit like a ghost town there. So I think that it should be a lot easier to make these uses happen on Saturday and Sunday when the space is normally vacant.
All right, and before
Not quite a ghost town. There's like a methadone clinic right down the street.
True, that's true.
It's always
But on this
activity.
block, that's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't really affect that. No, and your comment about the seniors wanting to be in before it gets dark is kind of something that I think is true too. Anyway, all right, thank you.
So council, let me ask you a question. The property has 3 different condos. Are they have a different addresses or is 50-50 the 3 condos? How does that work?
So the entire condo is 50-50 Parkside. They're divided into units 101, 102, and 10.
What unit is this?
This is 101.
Okay, good. All right, I see. Yeah, thank you.
But it didn't show up on the referral, and I did mention that to the plans examiner, but maybe for whatever reason, it's the way this is broken up with tax IDs. It seems to be a hard time for it to show up appropriately on the LNI website. And
all right, thank you. Council?
Nothing, Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing CMX3 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. The appellant has demonstrated that the proposed use as an event assembly facility would not cause undue detriment to the local community beyond what might otherwise be expected. This property is in a corridor of high-intensity commercial uses, has a rear parking lot that directly abuts a major auto-oriented commercial shopping center, and is located roughly across the street from a major regional performing arts venue, so the proposed use is in keeping with the property's context. It is also nearly 600 feet from the closest residential property, lowering its potential for community nuisance. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested special exception for event assembly facility use.
Thank you. MI 2025-007 232 5050 Parkside Avenue, Unit 101. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, I vote yes. Did we have a proviso for 10 p.m.?
We never had provisos, Michael.
I thought that was a request from the community or something. I thought that's what the.
let me hop over to the letter. We didn't. I don't think we got that specific, and I think that they approved their end without a proviso. If you'd like that proviso, that's fine.
I mean, I think what happened was he said everything be out of here by 10 o'clock at night, right? Is that what you said, Council?
Right. It was a little.
I thought it was something.
Go ahead.
No, I thought there was something that the community had requested.
No, we don't see that anywhere. Maybe it is.
All right. Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Council. And we have one more for you, right?
That's right.
MI 2025-007 235 1000 South 60th Street. Just for the record, could you please state your name?
My name is Michael Egnal, Michaelegnal.
And you've already been sworn. And so, Council, my understanding is that we're going to go on with this. We know there was no RCO meeting and that we're set to go without the RCO. Am I correct, Council?
Yeah, unfortunately.
No, well, we know. We have all the information on it.
Okay, I appreciate that.
And our board secretary has a few questions.
Good morning, Council. Did you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Then you can share your screen and present your case. Thank you.
Okay. Is my screen shared?
It is.
Okay, thank you. So allow me to hop around a little bit. We notified the community. We worked hard to coordinate with them since November. It didn't work out, but we properly posted. Here's an image of the property in question to situate you with what we're talking about. This is fairly standard masonry twin. It's at 60th and Washington, in the Cobbs Creek area. Historically, it was two residential units above and a doctor's office below. That seems to be the use for a lot of the 20th century, or the most recent kind of approved use. Here's some photos of the interior. My client purchased the property, I believe it was last summer. My client grew up in West Philly, but he moved away. He wanted to, invest in Philadelphia, and he thought that this was a good way to do it. He relied upon his real estate agent to help him do this in a reasonable way. And I wanted to show you, the headline here is that he has clean hands. He tried to do the right thing. He's not a real estate professional, so I don't think he really could have known better that the zoning was not in fact correct. Here's the blurb that was marketed to him. It says it's, a 3-family residence. And you saw from the photos that clearly it had been taken care of. It was fully occupied when he purchased it. So he could have been none the wiser that the zoning was probably 2-family and a commercial. It's RSA 3, by the way. So I wanted to show you from his perspective. I'm going to try to zoom in. I can't see what you can see, so let me know if this doesn't really work out well. He had an appraisal report that he read through that indicated the zoning compliance was of a legal use as 3 residences. I want to highlight that to you there, that I think he reasonably relied upon these professionals to help him navigate this, and they did not do a good job. Okay. So I included a whole series of emails trying to chase down the RCO and coordinate with the councilwoman's office since November to discuss this. I think you know what happened there, so I don't need to belabor that. So that's it. My client, he got a violation, I think in November. I could try to dig it up, but he received a violation for not having a rental license, I think in March maybe, and he was told to fix it by April, and we're here, and he just wants to make this kosher. What I wanted to show you, and I don't think I have the right picture up, the way these buildings are built here is that the 3rd level is actually an at-grade, quasi basement. The 1st floor, you go up a flight to access it. So what used to be a doctor's office and what is now an apartment of about 1,000 to 100 square feet is not subterranean. It's at grade. It's got multiple, doors and windows off of it, which, this doesn't give you a good angle on, but I can hop over to
pictures of that, Council.
What's that?
Yeah, pictures of the different grades and the
there.
photos. You have photos of the different grades and the different entrances.
I'm gonna open up. I had an image.
Okay, sure.
Okay, give me one sec here. So that's really the big headline, is that my client wants to make this kosher. It is fully occupied. He didn't understand what he was doing wrong by purchasing a building that was represented as a legal 3-family, which you and I know is in fact not. I'm gonna switch the sharing.
So you're saying the first floor is one apartment and the second is 2 apartments?
Sorry, what was that?
the first floor is one apartment and the second floor is two apartments?
Right. Are you now seeing a Google Street View image?
I see it.
Okay, so this is from like 17 years ago, which appears to be the latest Street View image of this area. So this construction is not going on now, and this picture looks different from the pictures I just showed you because the building has had work done in the last 17 years. But this should give you a sense of, that it has its own door. It has, I think, 3 or 4
You go
windows.
down steps to get in there, right?
That's right. So you go up a half flight to get to the front on the upper level, and you go down sort of half a flight to be here, and you see there's 2 doors there accessing the ground
So
level.
let's go back. So the apartments in the base, there's an apartment in the basement, we're gonna call it?
That's right. There's 3 flats. So a second story, a first story, and a lower level, each individually.
Have an apartment.
That's right.
Questions from the board?
Yes, are there tenants in the are there tenants in the property currently?
It was fully occupied when he purchased it. It is fully occupied today.
Okay, so when he purchased it, because I'm just looking at the violation history, it looks like there was a violation for not having the right number of rental licenses, but it looks like the largest number that there were ever on record were 2. So I guess what's your client's plan? I guess this is the plan to rectify that. And has any work been done in the unit since purchase?
So, right, I agree with you. The largest number of permitted units was what you saw, 2, and a doctor's office on the lower level. My understanding is that this was converted to housing a long time ago, and it was not properly permitted and licensed. His plan is his expectation was to purchase 3 homes here. His goal, why we're here, is to legalize this and then take the steps to, operate it in compliance with the building code, property management code, and proceed on.
Well,
Yeah.
because it also looks like he's done extensive work since he got there without the benefit of permit.
Well, it wasn't him. He bought it. He bought it as is. Can you see? It's something that looks like Homes.com now.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So my client purchased this. These are the listing photos that he purchased. So my client didn't do any work. He purchased this building in this state. So he was led to believe that this was a done deal, that this thing was completely good. My client hasn't done this work. He purchased it from the person, I guess, who did this work.
Okay, understood.
And
It just came in after right.
yeah, all of that's after his purchase. And I want to say this also. My client worked with a real estate agent who was also representing the seller, who I suspect did all of this. So I think that, again, my client has very clean hands because I think he was misled fairly maliciously by the person he was most relying upon to protect his interest in buying something that was a compliant property. So this wasn't done right. If I were in touch with him when he was buying this thing, I would have told him to run away because this is just a problem. But he came to me afterwards when he realized what was going on, and he couldn't get a rental license.
Okay.
How many bedrooms how many bedrooms is the unit in the basement?
A single bedroom.
It's 1 bedroom. It's a 1 bedroom unit. And the doorway, there's 2 exits out of there, right? And they enter into what? In that basement? Does one enter to the bedroom, or do they both enter into sort of the common area of the 1 bedroom? Are there photos of the basement?
So I don't know if you can see what I'm seeing here.
I can see the photos that you're.
Where's the basement?
Right.
Well,
right. They all look like
there
upper
it is, there it
floors.
is.
I think this view now, the right hand 6 photos, I believe would be the basement. You see an egress. I believe you see.
I see that. Okay, so the one door goes into a sort of a main area and just, we can't see where the other door goes to. But
I'm
there
just
is a
gonna
door
click one more
directly out
time.
of the
You know
basement.
what? Here, these all the way left, the two on the left, I think give more of the picture. I
Right.
think it's a bedroom and a common area is probably, most of what's going on
Mhm.
down there.
All right, thank you.
Other questions?
Yes, well, last question. Where are all the utilities for the 3 units?
In the sense of the water and gas coming in the building or
The meters. So like typically if you have a multifamily building, there's either everything's in the basement and all the tenants have access to the basement, or they're separately metered in closets in each individual unit. What's the setup here?
I looked
Your
at this.
clients in the audience, there's this group in the audience.
What's that?
It's your clients in the audience.
I gave him an expectation to hop on in later, but let me can you
Antonio
join?
Harley.
Yeah, if you see somebody named Antonio in there, that's him. I told him to come in after 12,
Right,
so
please,
he might. I just texted him. He did intend to join us. I was speaking to him about an hour ago.
Okay.
So right to your question, I don't affirmatively know, and if Antonio joins us, that would be great for him to tell us. My guess is, and it's and it is a guess, so take it for what it's worth. I think, in my experience, first of all, in the street view photo, I don't see a single meter outdoors.
Me either. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, so my suspicion is that I saw what appeared to be a small door. This photo, in my experience, it's likely that there's meters behind one of these doors, but I don't know. That would be speculation.
But
Typically,
is this a common lobby? I think because of the history with this property, it's sort of hard to figure out what's going on without floor plans. Because like, is there a common space? It just brings up all of the spaces where now you've got 3 people living in, or 3 families living in what used to be a single family home. There's lots of spaces for overlap. It's a corner unit, so there's a lot of opportunity here. But like trash, packages,
Well, it's 5 of
meters.
12. It's 5 of 12, right? You're saying he's gonna get on at 12? And we did put that information out, but we did say that.
Yeah, I forwarded him the alert I got, so I think it was 12:20ish. But I spoke to him an hour ago, and he did intend to join us after 12. I just shot him a text. I told him to join now, but I don't know if he's.
Well, I mean, I just say that with regards to the meters, if he's got to get ultimately a CO, he's got to have separate meters. He's got to do it, per code. So I don't know that we necessarily need to hold on for him to say where the meters are, because if they're not in the right place, he won't get a CO.
I agree with that.
But that's up to, I'll defer to the chair, but.
Ty, I think you make a good point. I would just say that this isn't any building that was probably at one point a single family home. This was a building that has been divided into 3 units since at least 1958.
Okay.
So,
Council?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking to our council here.
Comments? Thank you, Chair. And I know this was already touched upon, but I just wanted to formally note for the record that Mr. Egnell did provide email correspondence showing their attempts to reach out to the RCO for a meeting.
Right.
Also provided correspondence of them reaching out to council office. Staff did send a warning letter to the RCO, and council also provided notice to neighbors regarding the ZBA application and provided proof of mailing to confirm this. That
Thank you.
We have all those documents.
All right. Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA3 residential single-family attached zoning at this location. This property appears to be physically configured for use as a 3-unit layout with a documented history of use as a 2-unit residential building with a medical office use beneath. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed variance for multifamily use.
MI 2025-007-235 1000 South 60th Street. I vote yes with proviso. CO to be obtained.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ty Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, board. I appreciate your time.
Is there anyone in the audience whose case has not been called from the 9:30 list?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
See everybody at 2 p.m.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns. If he's not, he'll be on any minute. There he is. He's there. Board Member Ty Nguyen.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our attorney, Matt Webster, our ZBA Director, Ian Haggerty, and our Board Administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. This hearing is being recorded and will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you agree to be recorded. This is a in-person meeting with remote participants, whether in person or on Zoom. If you are called to speak, please state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. After being sworn in, you must state your name each time before testifying. To enter an appearance, indicate the property address while on the Zoom webinar. Speak with a staff member, or call the ZBA office by the end of business tomorrow. Call 215-686-2429. Please leave your name, email, and address of the property in question. Remote participants, raise your virtual hand when directed so that we can call on you. When we do call on you, please push the button, join as a presenter, a panelist. Use your Q&A only for procedural requests, not anything comments relative to the case. If you are joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. In-person attendees, get close to the mic and speak as loud as possible so that all attendees and the court reporter can hear you. No talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Aggressive behavior will not be tolerated. In case of emergency, follow staff instructions. The main exit is the doors in the rear, and the elevator is to the left. The stairs are to the left. If we evacuate, please go to Love Park across Arch Street, and please stay there so that we can account for you. But let's look at our schedule for today. Number 1, MI 2025-003-392-2231 Fernell Street. GSB 3 LTT is the limited owner. We have no exhibits. This is the third listing. Also, an attorney needed for this.
Good afternoon, Chair. This is Jason Hand. I will be your co-host for this session. I do not see anyone answering to that name in the virtual audience, and I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, thank you very much. So MI 2025-003-392-2231 Fernell Street, I vote to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
Ty Nguyen, my vote is to dismiss.
Number 3, MI 2025-006-856, 1016 to 18 Ray Street. We have no exhibits. This is the second listing. The listed owner is Betty Mon and GP Race LLC.
Sorry, Chair, once again, I do not see any hands raised for the matter, and I do not see them in the virtual audience.
Thank you. So MI 2025-006-850, 1016 to 18 Ray Street. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
I win, my vote is to dismiss.
Number 5, MI 2025-007-020, 2408 West Lehigh Avenue. This case is continued until 7/15/26 at 2 p.m. And number 7, MI 2026-002-228, 610 to 40 High Street. This case is continued until 7/15/26 at 2 p.m. Are there any other requests for continuances?
Chair, I do not see any further hands raised.
We're going to go to our add-on list, MI 2026-000-214, 1942 North Grad Street. The vote in this matter has been continued to Wednesday, May 20th at 2 p.m. And number 2, MI 2025-006-865, 2530 North 11th Street. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no.
I win, my vote is no.
First case will be, let's see here. Number 2, MI 2025-006-774, 6340 Musgrave Street. Gabriel Fellis is the attorney.
I'll be coming back in as a panelist shortly, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Counsel, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yeah, my name is Gabriel Fellis, Gabriel, last name Fellus.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure. My client is Troy Prater. He is the owner of the property at Musgrave Street.
Well, there's a letter of non-opposition from the 59th Ward. Our board secretary has a few questions for you.
Good afternoon, counsel.
Good
Did you
afternoon.
submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I believe I submitted actually Saturday morning. Just I think there was a little bit of a miscommunication, but on Saturday morning.
All right. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Then you can share your screen and begin your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All set up, Chris?
We see it.
Great. Thank you, Chair. So my client is seeking approval for use of the property at 6340 Musgrave as a sort of quick serve bodega style takeout concept. The store will be used primarily for general convenience sales, but it will also focus on also function as a bakery and a pizzeria where guests can order from the counter and take out those food items that are prepared in-house. So again, a bit similar to like a bodega style concept. The property is zoned RSA 5, so the concept generated these 4 refusals. So before we get into the details of the project, I just want to provide a little bit of background on Mr. Prater. He's been a member of the Germantown community for over 20 years. He's been working in the food industry for over 30 years, where he has extensive experience owning and operating small community-focused businesses. This photo here is from 1993, where he started probably one of the first takeout and delivery food businesses in the area. He also operated several pizzerias and bakeries in and around Philly since he first started in 1993. And one of them is Troy's Pizza, shown here. So the property is currently vacant and basically in shell condition. We'd be looking at using only the first floor for the storefront, with the top floor remaining as a residential unit. Here we have the proposed site plans showing the anticipated layout. So as you can see, there's not much seating or anything, so the focus is mainly going to be on the quick serve takeout business and the convenience store sales. These tables are just mainly going to be for guests to sort of wait around for their food to be ready. So here we have some photos from the street. It's a corner unit with ample parking, so there really should not be any serious issue of a bunch of cars parking on a small residential block. The property takes up nearly the entire block, so guests can park directly in front of the store here. And again, because it's sort of a takeout focused concept, patrons can be in and out within 10 to 15 minutes. So here we have some interior photos of the property and its current condition. Like I said, it's basically in shell condition, so there's going to be a lot of interior renovations and cosmetic upgrades, but we're not proposing any exterior construction or demolition at all. Here we have some aerial views of the property in relation to the other properties. Here we have our zoning map. Again, the property is owned RSA 5. So now turning to our community outreach efforts. Like you said, we met with the 59th Democratic Ward on April 21st, where we received their letter of non-opposition. This is the notification letter that our office sent out on March 18th, notifying nearby neighbors of that meeting. And this is the letter from Mr. Patrick Jones from the 59th Democratic Ward summarizing that meeting and affirming their stance of non-opposition. Mr. Preer and his family have also been extremely proactive in engaging with the neighbors on the block with this project. He's personally reached out and he reached out to explain the project and address any concerns that neighbors might have had. He's spoken with and he gathered 56 signatures of support. This is the deed to the property showing Troy taking title in April 2009. Here you have our application for appeal and project information form. Here we have our hearing notification posters at the property, advising neighbors of the hearing here today. And here we have our statement showing that Mr. Prater has a payment agreement with the city for real estate tax payments. And these are our certifications of mailing for the notifications sent out for the RCO meeting in March. So with that, I'd like to bring Troy on to adopt my testimony and help answer any questions you guys might have.
Okay.
You should be in the virtual audience.
Counsel, for the record, is that Troy Prater?
Yes.
Troy Prater, please raise your virtual hand. Once more, Troy Prater, please raise your virtual hand and wait to be sworn in. Okay, they should be coming back in as a panelist shortly.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, we keep hand keeps going up and down for some reason. I'm sorry about the delay, council.
No worries.
Council, while we're waiting,
Sure.
is there any commercial or retail anywhere around there at all?
Not much, be honest with you. No.
Okay, now they'll be coming back in.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Hello?
Could you please state your name
Okay.
and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, hi, my name is Troy Prater. First name is Troy. Last name is P as in Paul, R-A, T as in Tom, E-R.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Hey, Troy, have you heard my testimony here today?
Yes, I heard you. Thank you.
And was it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Great. And would you adopt it as if it were your own?
Yes, it is.
Great. Thank you. Any questions you guys have, we have an answer.
Sure. Questions from the board?
Yes. So this is a corner property and it's attached to another property on the one side? Is it a
Correct.
twin?
Yeah.
Okay. And have you talked to that neighbor and do you have their agreement with this?
Well, most of the time they're not at home. I've spoken to them. We speak casually, but I'm not sure what their work schedules are. So it's kind of hard to catch, speak with them. And they are aware of what my plans are.
Okay. And then we've already established that there's no other commercial use here. So what are you planning to do with respect to making sure that the noise and traffic and what have you from this use will not disturb the adjoining neighbor in some way?
Well, one of the things that we are implementing is make sure that the area is well lit and to have security cameras. And that's one of the advantages to having takeout. So there's really no need for them to stick around. And I've also spoken to the 14th Police District and have initiated a police log as well. They've agreed to, follow through on a police log as well.
Okay. And what are you doing about venting of the property? Venting.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What are you doing about venting? Like venting of the for the pizza oven, for whatever, if you're gonna have fry machines or what have you. What are you doing?
Yes, I've spoken to two of the area companies that would come in and they would set up a professional exhaust system and make sure that everything is vented well above the roofs in the area. So they've explained what they would have to do, but it will be a professional company that does that.
Okay. You don't have that on your plan anywhere. So I just want to make sure that, we've made some kind of provision for that.
Yes,
Because
I
again,
apologize.
yeah, you're going to have those kind of smells and what have you, which could again disturb the adjoining neighbor. Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Council, can we bring up the
Question.
plans?
Go ahead.
Can we bring up the plans again?
Sure.
So I was
What
looking at
what is your go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mike. I was
Okay.
I was looking at, is the only entrance through the side door going into the establishment?
There's actually two entrances, one in the front and one on the side as well.
So the front's in the corner, right? Would that be where the bathroom's at?
That's actually the side. The front is, no, I'm sorry. Yes, that's the front.
Okay. I see the exit on where
Oh.
but they're both on the side, correct?
No, if you can, in the diagram, it says where the tables are. and it says entrance and exit. That's one there. Yes.
Okay, so you don't have a rear exit out of the pizza
Yes.
parlor.
The one that says back room. Yes, that's a rear exit. And bathroom. It's next to the bathroom.
Okay, so what's your trash plan then for?
I've also spoken with Waste Management, and they've agreed to come out and under a contractual basis to pick up the trash at least once or twice a week, depending on, how I felt it needed to be removed. So that's not an issue with them either.
So I'm just looking at the property like it is now. There's a door next to the steps going up to the, I'll just say for lack of better, second floor. And then there's a side door. You going to add a door to is there another door added or not?
Well, there's two doors now, but if another door needed to be added, I could, right, oh, on the,
Yeah,
right, on the,
yeah, your plan does not match the existing conditions. Basically, you show two doors on the side of the building, but there's one in this picture. There's one door on the side, and then there's another door in the front. Your plans
Yes.
don't match what the building shows. So that was the question. Like, are you putting in a new door, or because
oh, I'm
it
sorry.
doesn't match what you show?
No, there's two doors, one on the side, one in the front, and the other openings are actually windows. I don't know if that's where
No,
the
no, we are all in agreement that there's two doors, one on the side and one in the front. Your drawing only shows two on the side, which would lead us to
Oh,
believe
okay.
that you have two
Okay.
entrances onto Duval Street.
You see that?
And the windows
Two
are
Yes.
doors.
from the plan.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. And
In
the
fact,
other
you're
thing,
showing
just
windows on the plan that are on a party wall in real
right.
life.
And the dimension of the plans don't make sense as it relates to the furniture and everything and the layout, because there's clearly not enough room if it's only a 14-foot wide house. So the plans don't make sense. And don't relate to reality.
Well, we're really willing to, I guess, remove two of the tables if need be.
No, I'm not saying that. Your dimension on this plan that you show says 24 by 14, right? And if your width of that building is 24 foot wide, there's no way you can put all this stuff in there, right? You can't have pizza oven, then a space for people to work in, then a countertop, then tables. You won't have enough room to do all that. That takes up about 10 feet right there. You only have 5 foot left, probably. You see what I mean? So this is it's just not reality. And then you're showing doors that don't exist, and they're not in locations where the doors are. It's like this plan makes no sense as it relates
Mr.
to
Prater,
reality.
let me ask you a practical question. I mean, this is an area that has no commercial, no retail. Why did you select this row, I'm going to call it row house? Why did you select this row house to put a pizza shop?
Well, it's because that's our family home, and my kids were raised there, and we're familiar with the community. We realize that there's not a lot there.
Okay, all right.
Um,
Okay, all right, that's your answer. Any other questions? Questions from our attorney?
No, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the current audience?
I do not see any hands raised, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Addison Matera, Planning Commission staff, Madison Matera.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed.
The property was remapped from RM1 residential multifamily to RSA5 residential single family in 2019. The appellant has not shown that the property cannot possibly be used in strict conformity with the zoning code and that a variance is therefore necessary to enable the viable economic use of the property. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the variance for change of use for retail sales in an existing attached structure with other uses in the same structure.
MI 2025-006-774-6340 Musgrave Street. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Diane McAdams, my vote is no.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is no.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
Number 4. MI 2025-006 908 1500 German 1500 to 1504 Germantown Avenue. Alan Nachumson is the attorney. So Nachumson, you've already been sworn in once today, so could you just state your name for the record?
Alan Nachumson.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, my client is 1500 Germantown Ave LLC, and in the virtual audience is Iman Shahita, who's going to be the operator of the prepared food shop.
I understand you have unanimous support from South Kensington Council and a non-opposition from Councilmember Lozada. Our board secretary has a few questions.
Good afternoon, council. Did you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, to the current refusal, we're going to have to update the refusal. I spoke to Ms. Emerson previously about this matter. This is actually going to be a hold.
Okay, all right. Then you can go ahead and share your screen and begin your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. As the chairman stated, we did receive unanimous support. A little strange situation here. We're looking to do a coffee shop here at the corner of at this corner of Germantown. We showed another operator who was going to be a prepared food shop, coffee shop, to the community group, and we did receive unanimous support. Unfortunately, that coffee shop backed out after the community meeting, but before the hearing. We were able to get another coffee shop to, come into the space. We're finalizing the lease here, but we did have a pre-community meeting with that same group. So we want to be, honest with them that, yes, you supported this other operator. We have another operator. We met with the executive board of the coordinating RCO. They didn't see to have an issue with it. We want to at least present this again in front of the community again with this new operator who's well known in the community as well. So, and we'll have to modify the notice of refusal because in addition to a prepared food shop, it's going to be almost like a Capital One cafe where this operator is also a tax preparer in the neighborhood. So part of her business model would be also to have tax preparation services during certain portions of the year in addition to a coffee shop. So we just wanted to make sure that we cleaned everything up, but I didn't see any reason for delay to present to the board, and we don't anticipate any issues with the community group either. So we have 12 exhibits here. Again, at the conclusion of my presentation, I'll ask Aman to, virtually raise her hand and, I have a couple questions for her. But the refusal here is this. This is an RSA 5 property. It's a corner property, and we're looking to use this prepared food shop and for office use as well. If this was the CMX2 property, this use would be allowed as a right. Why do I say that? If you look at the bottom of the notice of refusal, this board, maybe not this board, but a ZBA board previously approved this in 2020 to have 4 residential dwelling units, and on the ground floor is to have a commercial space. If they would have put, a commercial space with allowable CMX2 uses, we wouldn't have to be here today. But because it just said commercial space, we're seeking a variance for that specific purpose. We did get a letter of support, overwhelming support for a prepared food shop. I think everyone agreed that this was an appropriate use of the property generally, right? I mean, obviously we still have to bear the burden to show this operator is qualified and appropriate under the circumstances. But you can see here it was unanimous support 11-0. I don't anticipate having any issue with this operator because this operator actually has a tax preparation offices around the corner. She's been in business for many, many years. And she's also a member of the mosque, which is across the street, and she's been a member since 2001. So she's a well-known quantity in the neighborhood, and she thinks she's going to be very successful here, given her relationship, from a business and, religious, perspective. So, and again, I don't anticipate the letter of non-opposition from the council member will change, but we do have a letter of non-opposition based on the community support. Again, the property history here is the zoning permit that was issued in 2020 based on 4 residential units plus an empty commercial space. And then again, not out of character to have nearby RSA 5 properties. There are corner properties which also have commercial use. So 1501 North 4th Street, 1519 North 4th Street, and then maps of the area. Again, if we were just diagonal across the street, here's a CMX2 property. Again, would not be out of character. Germantown Avenue tends to have more of a commercial corridor presence. You can see there's some ICMX, so RM1. So there's clearly density support this commercial space. And then you can see the mosque right here, which is across the street that my client is a member of. You also can see there's a grocery store as well. And then photographs of the property. This is its current condition. It's leased up, the residential space, and we're looking forward to hopefully leasing up the commercial space. And that's from both sides, from both Jefferson and Germantown. And then here's our orange notice poster showing proof of posting for each. Public streets, Germantown Avenue to the right of the property, to the left of the property, Jefferson Street to the right of the property, and to the left of the property. Interior photos, so again, it's in, more than a vanilla box. You got nice floors, it's ready to, to be occupied, hopefully. And then our plans and drawings, they're a little small. I'll try to expand out here. But there are multiple entrances here. You can see for the space itself, you have it right here is the residential space. They come in through Jefferson. There's also double doors for the commercial space on Jefferson. Oh, here's Jefferson, I apologize. This is Jefferson Street. This is Germantown, multiple entrances. There's also, as you can see here, a lower level where we'll probably have storage, but no one's going to actually be working down there. But, it's an open floor plan. You have a number of tables. You also see here, we'll be able to leverage, meaning the commercial space, would be able to leverage the separate trash bins. And, obviously as a commercial space, they would, avail themselves of trash pickup. But, there's counter space here, point of sale system here. Again, it's a prepared food shop, so there'll be no cooking on the premises. Similar to, like a Starbucks, things heated up, but nothing other than that. And the space itself, square footage wise, is approximately 1,276 square feet. And then we met with the community on February 25th. Again, different operator, but same plan, other than expanding it to have some office use in there. Maybe it'll be a subdivision of some sort to have an office for privacy purposes, for tax preparation. We sent notice to 111 addresses. These are the addresses, proof of mailing to those addresses, our application for appeal. Now, we did file on behalf of the landlord. We spoke to Ms. Emberson. We will provide an executed lease once we have it before the board votes. So they'll see the term of the lease and, the arrangement between the landlord and the tenant. There's the notice of refusal, the project information form, the deed to the property showing that 1500 Germantown Avenue is the owner of the property. And then finally is the certificate of tax clearance. Some information, hours of operation that we anticipate having Monday through Friday is 7:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. And then weekends, so Saturday and Sunday from 8 a.m. To 10 p.m. Delivery schedule, the pastries will be delivered in the morning. The estimated timeline to get the place up and running in terms of minimal renovations, 30-60 days. As I stated about trash pickup, we'll be leveraging the building's trash room, exterior trash room, and there is also going to be trash stored in that room. And that's basically it. My client also will be collaborating with her sister, who has experience in the coffee industry. She's been a barista in the service industry for over 4 years. I would just ask my client to virtually raise their hand.
I will make note too, Miss Emerson is back.
I know, I saw her.
I know, I just, but I wanted to make sure everybody knew you weren't
yeah.
just talking
Yes.
to a vacant Miss Emerson.
Yeah, exactly.
Council, Mr. Chair, they'll be coming back in as a panelist shortly.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. My name is Iman Shahada, and that's spelled E as in elephant, M as in Mary, A as in apple, N as in Nancy. Last name Shahada, S as in Sam, H as in Harry, E as in elephant, H as in Harry, A as in apple, T as in Tom, A as in apple.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Iman, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
Yes.
Is it true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Specifically, I stated hours of operation on weekdays from 7:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. and weekends 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. That's correct, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And that trash would be stored in the outside trash room as part of your operations, correct?
Yes.
And again, that your relationship to the neighborhood, that you've been a member of the mosque that's across the street since 2001, and that you have an office right now for your tax preparation offices around the corner. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that you will be collaborating with your sister, who has much experience in the coffee and service industry.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, looking at the plan, where is the cold storage to be located?
Let me see. I don't know if it's going to be cold storage. I mean, but I'm sure there's a refrigerator
Needed
somewhere.
if you're doing a prepared food shop, won't things need to be in cold cases until they're heated up or frozen?
Yeah, let me take a look at that.
I mean, also milks and stuff for coffee.
Yeah, I don't know if they have like a expectation to like have like a more of a display in the front, but yeah, I would expect that there would be some place for storage. Hold on, my computer's just freezing. Let's see here. Let's try to do it this way. There we go.
I thought I saw something on the list of equipment, but I'm not. You have to bring it up.
So there was I think like a refrigerated glass showcase, and that's where like the majority of the cold refrigerated pastry will go. And I think under the counters, there are a few fridges where the milks and stuff will be stored near the espresso machine and things like that.
Correct me if I'm wrong. And I do note that there's some numbers labeled to them. I want to stay on the floor plans, but we can go to the.
I mean, I know what the icons stood for. I just know that typically there's another area in like 97% of the coffee shops I've been in. And when it isn't, it's a kiosk where there's like something like a main store close by. But okay.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is we're coming back anyway, and I'll make sure that we specifically address where the refrigeration will be. So then, I'll make a note of that.
So I guess
You go down to the list of equipment. I think there was something there. Then you could see. It's right to the left.
so then what's happening in the basement? Or is the basement not a part of the?
It is. It's just one of the areas, and I'll go back to it. Let me just look at the list of equipment. Let's see what we got here. Ice maker.
Under counter fridge number 1.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll make sure, obviously, we'll denote that a little bit better. We have to meet with the community, and we'll, make a, presentation, obviously, to the board, telling what the community thought of it, and we'll update our drawings. So there is, the upstairs tenants have no, what?
There's a lot of space in there.
There's a lot of space down there. The tenants upstairs, the residential tenants, don't have access to this. So I think this is something we're still looking at to see which of the rooms. I would think there's one room where the utilities are, so I don't think we would take that room, we meaning the commercial tenant, so I would think it's one of those two rooms here. But we'll have a little bit more definition. Like I said, we pivoted really quickly. Like this was an application for one tenant. That tenant backed out after we got community support. My client was lucky enough to secure this other tenant. So we're hoping to maybe firm some of that stuff up, between now and the community meeting and in front of the board.
Other questions? Hillary, we're going to go right through the process, all right, too, and right. Questions from our attorney, Ms. Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or this audience here?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. This property received a variance for new construction multifamily with a vacant commercial space in 2020. Therefore, the Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for prepared food shop.
Thank you. Hillary, we're given a date or we're just going to when it comes back?
So, Alan, if we scheduled the vote for June 17th, do you think that would be enough time, or do you think you need more time?
We need the community meeting, so I'm not 100%.
You have a community meeting 6/17, right?
Oh, do we?
No, I think it was May 27th.
So yeah, June 17th would be great.
Okay, because then you also have to put in the request and get the amended refusal, so
That's right too. So we'll do that. We'll seek, leave of the board to do that too.
Yep. Okay.
All right,
yeah.
just go. Do you
Yep.
give it a date?
June. Yeah, we'll go with we'll schedule the vote for June 17th.
June 17th
2 p.m.
at 2 p.m. will be the vote. Thank you.
Well, to leave it open for the community
Yes. So
input.
right. Yes. So we will leave the record open, 1 for the amended refusal and 2 for the results of the second RCO meeting. So if they want to send a letter, they can do that, and then you can send a response if necessary. So that's what we'll leave it open for.
Alan,
Otherwise,
you're
we'll close
doing,
it.
you're doing number 8 too?
That would be Bridge Street.
1959 Bridge Street.
Yes, I am.
All right. MI 2026-000-229, 1959 Bridge Street. Alan Nachumson is the attorney. Mr. Nachumson, you've already been sworn, just state your name for the record.
Alan Nachumson.
And Mr. Nachumson, could you identify your client and the relationship to the property?
My client is 1959 Bridge Street LLC, and to my left is Mike Ripka, its representative.
And we have a non-opposition from Wissahickon Civic Association and non-opposition from Councilmember Lozada. Our board secretary has a few questions, Mr. Nachumson.
Good afternoon. Did you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Then you can share your screen
Thank
and
you.
begin your presentation.
Thank you.
That's fine. That's what
All right, so we're here. Oops, I went all the way to the back. So let's go. I was just looking at things while prepping. So let's go all the way to the front. All right, here to present 1959 Bridge Street. It's a corner property at the corner of Gillespie and Bridge Street. It's been a vacant lot for as far as you can go back in time because Google Street View only goes as far back as 2007. Although this is an RSA 3 property, the surrounding area, both has RSA 3 and RSA 5 properties that are multifamily, and there's multifamily nearby. So what we're requesting in the variances we're seeking are not out of character in general. So we have 11 exhibits. 24/7 Design is the architecture firm in charge of this project. If necessary, Christopher Johnson, the architect's representative, is here to answer any questions. And like I said, to my left is Mike Ripka, the owner's representative. This is a 2,000 square foot lot. We have designed this property to be an RM1 property, which is more appropriate under the circumstance than RSA 3. You'll see surrounding us is RSA 5 and RM1. There is some RSA 3 nearby. I just think it would be inappropriate given all the commercial, multifamily use nearby. So we're seeking 5-family dwelling. There is no basement. It's a corner property, and we have the following refusals. The first is the rear yard depth. We're following the RSA 3 requirements of 20 feet. We're proposing 9 feet, which falls more in line with RM1. I will say this, we have a setback that we need to comply with as well on the front, which is over 17 feet wide. So between the two combined setbacks, we're over 26 feet setback in the front and rear combined. If we didn't have to comply with the front setback, we would be more than able to comply with the 20-foot rear yard setback, but we have these circumstances that we need to comply with. And we wanted to not disrupt the facade layout from property to property. We thought it was more appropriate to have a refusal for the rear setback than to have one for the front setback. Second refusal has to do with multifamily household living, where 5 is requested. There's 1966 Bridge Street, 1958 Bridge Street, 1930 Bridge Street, are all multifamily just on that block, so not out of character. The next refusal has to do with the occupied area. We're required under RSA 3 zoning to have half of the lot occupied. That means half open, where it's occupied as 73.3%, which is more in line with RM1. I looked it up. The other non-conforming lots that are under similar circumstances, 1969 Bridge Street is full lot coverage, 2001 Bridge Street is full lot coverage, and 1943 Bridge Street is full lot coverage. And then the final refusal has to do with parking. While we're in RSA 3 property, we're required to have a 1-to-1 ratio in terms of our parking. It would be impossible. Our width of our lot is 20 feet wide. We couldn't even put a parking spot, not even one, from a street perspective, even though we're a corner property, because it would be almost impossible to have even one parking spot, and it would be out of character. No one else, even the multifamilies on that block, have off-street parking. So for all those reasons, we're requesting these variances be granted. We have a letter of keeps going back. I don't know why. It won't show it, but we do have a letter of non-opposition from the community, and then letter of support from nearby neighbors. So we did a map showing all the people who are in support of this, right? So 1951, 1957, I think it's 1957, 1953, 1955 bridge, but also 5210 Jackson. So all the people that surround us who would be most directly impacted from a light and air perspective are in support of this project, right? We talked about rear yard setback. We talked about maximum occupied area. They have no issues with their effect of light and air. Secondarily, all the people who are affected more so about the density who are nearby, you can see, are in support as well. So we have the backup petition. We have the backup letters of support. My client diligently did it himself. And then an aerial view of the property. We're just showing that we're a corner property. But you can also see some of these, like, just as an example, here is full lot coverage. I don't know which Bridge Street property it is, but apples to apples, we have another corner property, which we're not full lot coverage, but they have full lot coverage there. So, and you can see that here too. 1967 would be a non-conforming building structure as well. Then maps of the area. Again, if you look at it, if we were on the other side of this city block, and we were here instead, this would be a by right project if this was an RM1 property. And then you can see we're across the street from RSA 5, and here's some more RM1. We also have ample public transportation, the 25, the 26, the 73, the 84, and the 426. Photographs of the property. This is the front of the property from Bridge Street. This is the property, as far back as Google Street View goes, which is 2007. So it's never been really used, at least what we've seen. Maybe they had some past as some residential component. This is Bridge Street from Gillespie Street. This is the two zoning hearing notice posting photos, one from Gillespie, one from Bridge. Bridge Street to the right of the property, to the left of the property. Gillespie to the right of the property, to the left of the property. architectural plans and drawings. As you can see here, this is the front setback that we need to conform with, which hurts us in terms of the rear yard setback. But you'll see, these two floors go up, for entryway for 4 of the 5 units. This entryway is just for one of the units in the rear. And again, no basement living. And then you can see here in the rear, we are providing for outdoor trash storage. So that would be a proviso that we would request. That's what we presented to the board, to the community. And you can see, even though, you can see our front yard's over 350 square feet. Our rear yard is 180 square feet. And then in terms of our plans, so you can see that from here, we go in. This is unit number 1, which is a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, ample windows. So there's plenty of light in there. Each of the units have a washer and dryer. They're in that utility closet for each of the units. And then, by the way, you'll go up to the 2nd and 3rd floors. But here's the entryway direct access for unit number 2. That's also 1-bedroom, 1-bath. Again, ample light and air with all those windows. And again, you see the utility closet, which also includes the washer and dryer. That's the 1st floor. 2nd floor, you go up a flight of steps. And the same thing is 1-bedroom, 1-bath for units 3 and units 4. Again, ample windows for light and air. Also utility closet for washer and dryer in both units. And then the final unit is a 3-bedroom, 3-bath. And you can see it takes the whole floor. And again, lots of windows, bathrooms. They have a separate laundry facility here. We met with the community. It was actually a well-attended meeting. Mr. Goldberg told me that I think there were, at least 10 people there. I don't know if the letter of support, I don't think it mentioned how many people voted, but it was a well-attended meeting. We met on March 31st at 6 p.m. We sent it to 87 addresses. That notice, proof of mailing of that notice, our application for appeal, our notice of refusal, which included that within the application for appeal, our project information form, our deed to property showing 1959 Bridge Street LLC is the owner of the property, and then our certificate of tax clearance. I would ask that Mr. Ripka be sworn in.
Sir, could you, is your mic on? Your microphone? Yeah, could you get close to the mic? Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Michael Ripka, MICHEAL, RIPKA.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Yeah, Mr. Ripka, you heard everything I had to state it today about your zoning matter.
Yes.
Is it true and correct?
Yes,
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
I do.
Specifically, would you agree to a proviso that trash would be stored outside in the rear?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
How are they accessing the trash for the outside from the upper units? They have to go downstairs, go around the back of the unit and around the corner and go to the back?
Yes, that's correct, Board Member Johns. I do believe they also have, I believe the units have ventilated trash closets as well, but we would expect that the occupants would store the trash in the rear by going outside.
Can you go back to the site plan?
Sure.
And what's the building height?
The building height is 32 feet 5 inches.
And where is so the front facade matches up with the front facade of the adjacent property?
That is right. And we're approximately set back almost 18 feet in the front.
Mm-hmm.
Like it.
Yeah, the one unique feature about this block is that all of the buildings have porches, and this building proposes no porch whatsoever. So in terms of context, it's sort of out of context.
I'm just looking at the picture
terms of the
that's on
design.
my site plan, and I have not looked carefully, but if you look at the picture that's on my site plan, next door to us doesn't, and Mike owns in the neighborhood too. Like, I think you actually own next door, right?
Correct.
I don't know if that has a porch. I think it has a landing.
It had a porch. The porch, it had a porch clearly, and the roof was taken off or fell off or whatever, but it had a porch. But if you pan around the rest of the block, every building has a porch.
Okay.
So contextually, it just doesn't fit for that block
Well,
face.
I think if I can't speak to that. I would say that if the board feels so inclined for us to add a porch, would you have any objection to that?
I would have no objections to
Yeah.
that.
So
Thank
can,
you.
we can update the site plan to include that. That would, but the only thing is, I would defer to Miss Emerson. That would create a greater variance because we have an open area refusal or occupied area refusal.
It, assuming you're not moving the building
We can.
assuming you're not moving the building anymore too, so the rear yard depth that's already proposed to be the same. So assuming that they include the porch as part of the area of the building, then yes, that would result in a higher occupied area. So we'd actually have to do an amended
Yes,
refusal in that case, yeah.
So I defer to the board. If the board feels so inclined and strongly about it, our office would have no objection to seeking leave of the ZBA to file an application to for amended refusal.
Other questions?
Yeah, what's happening with is the garage part of that white garage part of this parcel?
That's going to be taken down.
It is, because,
It
it
is
looked
part
like
of
it was
the,
in
it
the
is part of the
rendering.
parcel, but it's going to be taken down.
That's gonna be, because it looks like it's in the rendering.
Yeah, that was not intentional. Like, if you look at our site plan, which just happens to be up, like, there's no indication.
Can you zoom out, Alan, so that
Yeah.
the entire
Sorry. Oh, geez.
plan is visible?
Let me get back here. Yeah.
Other questions?
Okay, so just to be clear, the property line ends at the back wall of the garage, or is it that alleyway behind the
I
garage?
believe it goes back another 2 feet
Another 2 feet.
behind the garage.
Okay, and so are you just gonna abandon the existing curb cut?
I
The
would.
plan? Okay,
I've never used it since I've owned the property.
and then trash is gonna be in that enclosure at the rear.
That's correct.
Okay, I don't think I have any other.
Questions? Any other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Chair, I have a hand up from a Greg Melvin. I will promote them and they should be
Okay.
back in shortly.
Sure.
Please accept the invitation to panelist Greg Melvin.
Fred?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, I can. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
First name is Greg, last name Melvin. That's Gregmelvin.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Greg, are you a neighbor?
Yes.
Okay, please proceed with your testimony.
Well, I've been living on Bruce Street for I think past 5 to 6 years now, and Mr. Mike is a very good, intelligent person, and he helped us like when we got snowstorm
he shovel up the snow for us, bring his plow snow for everybody in the block. And I don't think like parking would be an issue also. And because when the shop didn't close up, the mechanic shop didn't close up, there's a lot of parking on Bridge Street. And I think what he's trying to do, it'd be a perfect fit for the community, nice uplifting for the community. And I think his idea is pretty good.
All right. Greg, thanks for taking the time to call us. We appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the audience?
Yes, I have a hand up from a Steve Dobson. I have allowed them to speak. They will be coming back in shortly.
Do you have any other hands after this?
One more from a Ryan Hibschman.
Okay. All right.
Steve Dobson has been allowed to speak.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, absolutely. Stephen, Steven, Dobson, Dobson.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Yes, I do.
Mr. Dobson, are you a neighbor?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Yes, Mr. Melvin took the words out of my mouth. I've been living in 1958 Bridge Street for going on 5 years now, and everything. Mr. Mike is a good guy. And as far as the parking is concerned, once that shop closes, that auto shop closes on Gillespie Street, like between 5 and 5:30, there's open parking on both sides of the street. And another thing is, Mr. Mike is all about helping people. So I see that as a great help to people who are looking for housing. I really do. Mr. Mike, he's wonderful.
Mr. Dobson, thank you for taking the time. Next hand, please.
You're more than welcome.
Thank you.
Ryan Hibschman has been allowed to speak.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
It's Ryan Hibschman, Ryan. Last name Hibschman, Hib as in boy, Shman.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Sir, are you a neighbor?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed with your testimony.
I just want to say I had no issues with the building. I second everything that the first two gentlemen said. Mike goes out of his way to help people. I think it'd be a great thing for the neighborhood if you allow him to build this, and that's pretty much it.
Thank you for taking the time to call us. Do you have any more hands on in the audience?
No further hands, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Planning Commission.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 3 residential single-family zoning at this location. The appellant has not shown that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of this property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends the board deny request variances for minimum rear yard depth, maximum occupied area, multifamily use, and parking.
Okay. I would just say contextually, I think we showed that this does fit within the fabric of the community.
Sure.
Thank you.
Hillary, so we're going to hold this, right? Amended refusal.
So sorry, okay.
If the
We'll
board
amend it.
wishes, and we'll do it.
Okay, yeah, that's where I wasn't clear if we.
We'll do it.
Okay, all right, so why don't we give this one the same 6/17 date? See if we can have them, same with the other one, have them both done at the same time and.
Yeah, we'll submit the letter for both of them tomorrow, and then.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, so just give it plenty of time, so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to go out of the room for a while.
And so I was gonna say, and otherwise, we'll close the record except for the amended refusal. There's no other community interactions planned or anything, so.
Thank you.
Okay, yep.
I am recusing myself from the next case.
Number 6, we have MI 2026-000204, 1931 North 18th Street. Henry Clinton is the attorney for the owner.
Ms. Gaston, Mr. Clinton will be coming back in shortly as a panelist.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gaston.
Good afternoon, Council. Could you state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure, my name is Henry Clinton, Henry Clinton, Clinton.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And could you identify your client and their relationship to the property?
Sure, my client is Saad, S-A-A-D, Chaudhry, Chaudhri, and he is one of the representatives of the applicant, which is capital P, capital A, capital B, capital K, capital S, Properties, LLC.
And we have a letter of support with provisos, one which is unenforceable from the Beach Community Services. Council, did you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and
I do.
stipulate to their accuracy?
And I do.
Well, then you can move forward with sharing your screen and presenting your case.
Thank you, Ms. Gasson. Is that visible, Ms. Gasson?
Yes, it's a little small.
I will enlarge it.
Thank you.
Better?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Gasson and members of the board. I'm Henry Clinton on behalf of PAB KS Property LLC. This is 1931 North 18th Street. You may recall, I know you hear a lot of cases, but last week at this time, I was before you on a similar matter involving the same clients. And prior to the introductions today of other cases, Chairman indicated that that property, which is on Grad Street, will be voted on next Wednesday. So by way of background, I'm seeking legalization of 8 apartments in a home on the 1900 block of this street. I have the table of contents, A1 through A10. And again, it's a storied history. This property, and I'll use the table of contents as a little bit of a backdrop. This property was legally zoned in 2012 as a 2-family dwelling. Over the course of 3 owners, somehow it morphed from 2-family into 8-family. And I have plumbing permits, electrical permits, and HVAC permits for 8 toilets, 8 wall mount split units. So somewhere between 2013 and 2021, the owner made this 2-family dwelling into 8 apartments. And if you look at the dates of the permits, when I get there, you'll see the permits were pulled in 2012. So for approximately 12 years through 2 and possibly 3 owners, this was used and operated as 8 individual apartments. The apartments all have separate bathrooms, separate kitchens, separate sleeping quarters, but they are studio apartments. So I'll walk through the presentation. The refusal, this is an RM1 zoning district. When I show you the photographs, you'll see that there are many triplexes on the block, just as there was on Grad Street last week, typically catering to students right within the Temple area. And so if we wanted to build a triplex, or if this was a triplex, it would be as of right. Obviously, 8 apartments is not as of right, and that's why we're before you today. As was mentioned at the outset, we do have a letter of support from Beach Community Services, and we also have a community benefits agreement, which I will show you at the end of this presentation. I think it might be the last entry that I have in this presentation. And as was mentioned, there were 2 provisos. One was trash management, and the other was renting only to senior citizens. And again, if the panel board recalls, last week I had a lease from an organization that was going to master lease the building on Grad Street and then bring in seniors on all 4 floors. And again, not that I'm trying to hurt my presentation, but candor to the board, there was concern about seniors walking up to the 3rd floor, of this building. photographs, aerial photograph of the 1900 block of North 18th Street. This is the front of the building, and it may seem eerily similar because it's the exact same frontage that I showed you, exact same elevation I showed the board for Grat Street, because it was the same builder, the same owner, and the same subcontractors who put in, as I said, 8 toilets, 8 bathrooms, etc. And you can see that photograph, there's, a triplex next door, of those 2 mailboxes rather than 3. Again, this is looking north. Again, multifamily on both sides of the street. Again, further down the street, we're looking south now towards Center City. There's another triplex with 3 meters for each apartment and then 1 meter for the common areas. And again, as I said last week, I can't prove that with these triplexes, there's not 2 bedrooms in each. That would be 6 bedrooms. Obviously, it's bedrooms a little bit more different than apartments, which we're asking for, but there are multiple bedrooms on many of the homes on this block. Again, just another view looking south. Here's the property to the left. This was the sticker, cease operations. My clients purchased the property in April of 2024. And then here in November of 2025, a cease operation was basically taped to the front door, and it says quite clearly, obtain zoning for current use, and it's incorrectly listed as a rooming house. It's again, 8 separate apartments. Some interior photographs. I've been in the property. It is in decent shape. It's a common stairway. It's a switchback steps. There's 4 units in the front and 4 units in the rear, including a unit in the basement, which has access with a set of steps leading to the rear and leading to the front of the property. But I'll show you the floor plan. This is the rear of the property, the yard. This is just indicating that, we have our zoning poster placed nicely above the cease operation poster, which I thought was kind of ironic. Here are the plans. So I'll start with the basement and work my way to my left. So again, there's a set of steps that lead down to the lower basement unit. And then to get upstairs, you can also take the switchback steps and get to the first floor and get out the front door. Access to the rear unit is through the front door, down the switchback steps, and into the rear. So there's 2 on the first, 2 in the basement, 2 on the first, 2 on the second, and 2 on the third. Square footages range from 278 square feet on the first floor, front and basement front, to 408 square feet, which would be the first floor rear. You can see it's a mirror image basically of all the floor plans are the same, basically, especially the rear ones. The front have a little bit of deviation because of the stairwell. There is no rooftop deck. The property is fully sprinklered. Tax clearance from the tax center indicating no real estate taxes are due. Zoning map, again, it is an RM1 zoning district. The deed indicating ownership was purchased, as I said, in April of 2024. This is our notice letter we sent out to every property within 250 feet of the subject property. And this is the community benefits agreement. I have a signed one at the very end. So these are the zoning records. I won't belabor the point. I think the board understands what's going on because it's a repeat of what I presented last week on Grat Street. Zoning records, 2-family, 2012. Rental license, 2-family. Then between 2012 and 13, The property morphed from 2 units to 8 units. And I also have the permits that support what I said at the outset. And I also have the sprinkler certification. So I will walk through so this is a zoning use permit, 2012, 2-family dwelling, rental units, rental license, obviously inactive for 2 units. And then the transformation occurred where it transformed into 8 units with a license in 2021. 2023, another rental license for the next owner, indicating 8 units. And then when my client purchased it in 2024, they did likewise as the prior owners did, obtained a rental license for 8 units. Here's the most telling thing, though, really, are the permits. The permits were drawn in 2011, 8 water closets or toilets, 8 bathtubs, sinks, washing machine. Electrical permit also drawn in 2012. Mechanical permit to install 8 wall-mounted heat pumps. And then this is the administrative notice of violation, which mirrors the sticker that was placed on the front door indicating the use is improper. This is an indication that there are sprinklers in the building that has been expired since there's no one in the building. And this is the community benefits agreement that has been signed by Beach Community Services. So that's the presentation. I mean, we're not affecting any light or air. We are, in conformance with the code in the sense that it's residential, albeit it's above the allowed 3-unit maximum in this zoning district. My client is basically the subject of a situation where he didn't create it. He stepped into a situation that was created by others. He mistakenly believed that 8 units were proper. He rented the units for over a year with that in mind, with no issues, no violations, no complaints, until someone, or perhaps just L&I on a regular routine check, realized that the proper zoning is not in place. So we're asking the board to look kindly upon this application and consider the past history of the property and the future usage, which will be for seniors. I realize that cannot be enforced by the board, but it certainly can be enforced by the community group that we signed a community benefits agreement with. And we would also look to the same organization that I presented a lease for last week, and the board basically said that they really didn't want to consider that. So we do not have a lease attached. And frankly, the company wants to see what happens with regard to Grad Street before they want to enter into another lease with this property, but they are interested in acquiring the master lease for 8 of these units. So with that, I'll ask Saad to unmute himself, adopt my testimony, and then we can field any questions the board may have. Saad, can you unmute yourself, please? He is on the call. He was on the call.
I'm Miss Council. They'll be coming back in as a panelist shortly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Saad Chowdhury, S-A-A-D. Last name is Chowdhury, C-H-A-U-D-H-R-I.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Saad, were you on the call when I presented the project, your company's project to the board?
Yes.
And if you had the opportunity to testify, would you adopt my testimony as your own and as true and correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the board?
I mean, my comments from the last time still stand. I think, as we're talking about operating a senior building, having this many stairs is not something that's really conducive to assisted living. Is the operator on the line today? Because I know last time they had planned to get on, and then there was no representative from that company.
No, the operator is not on the call.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think like most of my questions and comments are really around how this is going to operate as an assisted living senior building when that's not really how the place is set up. I mean, it looks like student housing. It was clearly built and intended to be student housing, and students and seniors are very different population groups. So,
And Ms. Nguyen, I think you're right. There were students in there from what we understand from the inception until my clients had to cease and desist. They had students in there. There was one senior I met in there, but it was mainly students. That's why, they moved to try to have an all senior complex. Again, I don't want to, rehash it, but they're going to be ambulatory. They don't take anyone with wheelchairs or walkers who cannot negotiate steps. So I think the basement, the first floor, and the second floor certainly are doable. I understand your comment about going up to the third floor, and certainly that would be on the master tenant to make sure that the individuals they would place, if the board looks kindly upon this application or any portion of it, it will be on that tenant to make sure that they're able to have individuals in here who can cope properly.
I guess is the plan is to rent these as is with no additional work being
Correct.
done to them.
Correct.
And then I think similar to last time, these don't have trash closets. So,
No, they did. Last time they had trash closets, and this time, yeah, right here, here. And then also the part of the lease includes that the master tenant is going to collect the trash and get rid of the trash, as well as bring in, foot doctor or occasional aid to clean. That's what the lease was said.
clean the individual units or just the common stairwell?
The individual units too. They're going to usually, I have some experience with usually if an aide would come in, like PCA aide or somebody like that, they would change the sheets, do the laundry. Occasionally, and I didn't see it in this lease where they would bathe the individuals where possible, or where one is needed. But if they're ambulatory and get around on their own, I don't know that that's possible. But cleaning the sheets, doing the wash, and light housekeeping, I've seen that.
And then I guess the laundry is going to be shared every other floor.
They also take the laundry away and do the laundry.
Even though there's laundry on each floor.
Yes, excuse me. I didn't mean take it away out of the building. I meant take it away and do the laundry in the building.
So, I mean, because I feel like before we talked about them being ambulatory seniors and it not being assisted living, but this does feel like it's an interesting hybrid because it does sound like they are getting assisted. Are they doing their own cooking?
Yes.
But then they're not doing their own cleaning and they're not doing their own laundry?
Well,
we're bringing doctors to them. What about groceries? It's like
they're going to have a shuttle that would come and pick people up and bring them shopping. I mean, right now there's so many people aging in their homes, and
and this is written into the master lease. This is a model of me with my 15 years of affordable housing that I feel like is unfamiliar. I know of senior buildings. I know of nursing homes. I know of like facilities where they're like all of these things are baked in. There's a person on site. There's a management office. I think this being something that looks like a row house that has separate rentals and sort of having management is new. And I think it's really hard to like understand how this building is going to function without the operator. I guess your client is here today. He wasn't here last time either. Like, is he more familiar because he's entered into this like master agreement with them? But
yeah, he was here last time, but he'll can answer any questions because he was the one actually found this organization because you're right. It's a kind of a unique thing. And Saad, you can talk to it about they may see this as if this happens, they may end up trying to do this throughout the city. But you can speak to it, not me. Go ahead, Saad.
Yeah, so I mean, when we purchased these properties, initially we thought, it's zoned properly, and now that I know that it's zoned incorrectly, and then when we had cease and desist operations, we had to make sure we done it right. Yes, it never been done before, and then this is our plan is, and then hopefully the board looks into it, and if there's any, I mean, I
So,
do not have. Yeah, go ahead,
Saad, what I
Henry.
want you to do is just explain to Miss Nguyen how you came about finding this company.
Well, what we did is,
Hold it.
yeah.
What this company does and where they do it now.
So I found this company is we called the community groups, we called all the different companies who are more doing home care services or senior care services in the city, and then that's how we found it. Upon conversation with them, they do have the similar scenario in one of the senior complexes that we shared the pictures of in previous presentation.
The
And
elevator
that,
building, that's a senior
yeah.
affordable
I'm,
housing.
I'm sorry, this is the reporter. I'm having difficulty hearing.
Can you make sure that you get as close to the microphone as
No,
possible?
I'm sorry. I was having difficulty hearing Miss Nguyen.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I was saying yes, it was a senior building that had an elevator, the example that he.
Yeah. So that's how we found get to know about our tenant, potential tenant.
Have they expressed any concerns about this walk-up building and how they're going to operate in the building?
They have not. I mean, they were more concerned about, okay, this is now zoned incorrectly, and our priority was to get this correctly and have everything in line before we rent it out.
Okay.
And I'm going to just reiterate my concern about the density. I think that the size of these units are entirely too small compared to what is the minimum required, and I just think it's too dense.
Ms.
Are
Gassen,
there
can I
any-
address that?
But you can.
Yeah, just a comment, a minimum efficiency or otherwise known as an efficiency living unit, the minimum is 220 square feet. Just for the record. Not that I want to disagree with you, but for the record.
Okay. Are there any further comments from the board? Okay. Do we have any comments from our council, Ms. Emerson?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments from the virtual audience or the audience in front of us?
No hands at this time.
Okay, thank you. Planning Commission.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RM1 residential multifamily zoning at this location. This property was originally built as a two-family dwelling and was later converted to 8 units without the benefit of permits. The Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variance for 8 dwelling units.
And are we going to hold this, Hillary?
If the board wishes, we can hold this for discussion as well.
Yes, I
Okay.
think we should, because they're both, the prior request and this are so similar.
Okay.
That we probably need time to discuss.
Okay, sounds good. So we can vote in next week at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. I appreciate you hearing us out very much. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Number 9? MI 2026 000234, 32131 Fairmount Avenue. Andrea Solomon is the attorney. Andrea, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Good afternoon, Andrea Solomon, Andrea Salomon.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
Yes, my client is JFR Investments LLC. With me today is Fran Popek, one of the principals. Also here, Evan Litvin, the project architect, and my colleague, Michael Phillips.
Okay, I understand you have a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Young, right? Our,
Councilmember Skula.
okay, I guess you're probably right, yeah, that we
Okay.
yeah. Oh, that's right, so you're right, yeah, okay. Our board secretary has a few questions.
Good afternoon, Council. Did you submit your exhibits and documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
We did. We submitted the exhibits 5 days in advance. We also submitted revised plans 2 days ago with a proviso form.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Then you can share your screen and begin your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just rejoining as panelist.
I'll just note for the record, we did receive a letter from Councilmember Young, but this property is in Councilmember Skula's district. Just to clarify.
Well,
See, we don't usually make mistakes like that, so I just want you to know.
well, we'll take Councilmember Young's support too.
I have not seen one, no.
We were in communication with his office and expected a letter of support or non-opposition, but we didn't receive the actual
Okay.
letter yet.
Yeah, there's, I don't know if it was this year or last year, but there were some recent changes to the council boundaries that did cause some confusion about which council district some properties were in, so that's probably what happened here.
That might have been it. We do also have support from the coordinating RCO, the Northern Liberties Neighbors Association.
Sure.
So this application is for the adaptive reuse of a long vacant property. It's a deep but quite narrow lot that has 2 long vacant structures on it. It's zoned RSA 5, but the block is zoned with other mixed uses. Directly adjacent to it is St. Michael's, and it's sandwiched on the other side with the community center. We are proposing the partial demolition of the 2 structures and an addition to combine the 2 for the proposed use of 7 dwelling units. Here, the photos of the property as existing. And the street along Fairmount Avenue. This is the rear of the property, the front of the property. And this is the rear second structure in the back. As you can see, it's seen better days. So the proposed project received 2 refusals. One is for the proposed use because it is zoned RSA 5 despite its lot size and adjacent uses. And the second is for the height. The front of the property is remaining with the same height as existing, but we are proposing a fourth floor addition in the rear. So that's the total height of 46 feet. And that's what for the second refusal. These are the revised plans that we submitted. The change is that the original plan submitted to LNI included a roof deck in the rear of the property above the fourth floor. We've since removed that roof deck and roof access structure. No other changes to what was submitted, and the refusals remain the same. You'll see we'll have the renderings later on that show the pilot house and roof access structure, but we're proposing without that. There is a roof deck on the third floor of the structure that is still maintained. So the partial demolition of the rear of the two properties, this will actually result in an increased open area in the rear and an increased setback of the two structures, and allows us to combine them nicely. Here's a rendering of the plans of the proposed project, the proposed additions. Really nice open area. Again, there will be a larger rear setback. We're proposing the 7 units. They're really generous footprints, one on each floor of the two existing structures with the addition that connects them in the center. This shows what's the new additions and what's proposed as existing. I'll just flip through the floor plans, but we're happy to return to them. And Evan is here, as I mentioned, and can answer questions on the floor plans, but essentially 1 unit in the front and 1 unit in the rear on each floor, with the fourth floor addition in the rear. Section and the elevations. Again, we have the refusal for the height. This white space is what will be the fourth floor addition that is giving us the height refusal. It's adjacent to the church, which has a height of 76 feet. The other properties on the block are very varied in height. In the rear, we have the 42 feet properties that are just in the rear. But again, we'll be setting it back. This is the part that's proposed for the demolition. And the fourth floor addition will nicely match the cornice line of the existing church. The second refusal is for the number of units. The block is largely zoned RSA 5. This is zoned RSA 5, but just north of here on 4th Street, there are some triplexes, and we're actually contextually less dense than that because of our lot size. Further south on 3rd Street, there's a similarly south lot that has 9 units. This parcel was previously before the board for an application for 10 units. We've seen since reduced, that was with the prior owner. We're proposing a more moderate 7 units, but that is the minimum required variance for this adaptive reuse to work. And again, you see that there's here's where those triplexes are. They're also zoned RSA 5. A lot of varied uses on the block. There's CMX2, the special purpose for the rec center, CMX1, and really an area with very varied underlying zoning. So we think that this proposed mixed family use on this deep, narrow site is really well suited for the adaptive reuse. And some nice renderings. Again, the rear where the additional height is proposed is minimally visible from the street frontage.
was that to the right of the property?
The rec center.
Rec Center?
Yep.
And is that church on Fairmount on Third?
On Fairmount.
Fairmount.
So 4th Street is over here where my cursor is, and 3rd Street
Okay.
is by the rec center. The zoning map, zoning archives, it was previously single-family warehouses. They stored wire frames for lampshades. And our application and project information form, the notice to the community, our zoning posting, hearing notice postings, and the proof of ownership. And with that, we're asked for the relief and any other relief required, and I'll ask that Fran be sworn in so
Sure.
he can
Could-
adopt my
Could you
testimony.
please come forward a little bit and get in front of the mic? Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, good afternoon. It's
Is it,
Frank.
is your mic on? Okay, state your name and spell for the stenographer.
Fran Popek. F is in Frank, R is in Robert, A is in Apple, N is in Nancy. Last name Popek, P is in Paul, O is in Oscar, P is in Paul, E is in Edward, K is in Kevin.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Fran, you saw my presentation in its entirety. Is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes.
And you have an architect available?
Yes.
All right. Questions from the board?
I was kind of confused when I looked at this, the site plan and is this all within one property line? Because it looked like there were two parcels. If you go back to your plan that shows the property lines.
Sure, let me just get back to it, but it is one single parcel
Okay, so this is one single parcel.
with two existing
So I guess that
structures.
was my question too, because you've got windows that are literally on the property line then. And I'm trying to figure out are you
Yeah,
planning to move the property line or
I can
you
speak.
can't have windows on a property line? Yeah,
That
go
is,
ahead.
We can
that is
swear Evan
correct.
in.
Wait a minute. Who's talking?
Evan is the project architect. We
All
can
right,
swear him.
Evan, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure, it's Evan Litvin, EVANLITVIN.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, please proceed.
I think Mr. Johns had a question.
Go ahead.
Yes. Actually, Andrea, if you could go to the rendering, I think it might be helpful to
Sure,
explain.
absolutely.
Yeah, that aerial one, if you go back.
There we go.
Perfect. So actually, there are not windows on the property line. The existing masonry has openings, and we're going to leave them open, but the fire separation distance will be maintained. As you can see, these are existing openings where the building is actually right up against the property line. The openings are filled in. So it's open to a light well and to an exit passageway only.
Okay.
I think,
Okay. Okay.
This diagram
Okay.
shows that exit
Okay.
passageway.
Okay. Okay. I see it now. Got it.
Other
Okay, good.
questions?
Yes, I have a question about the rear yard. And how is it accessed by the tenants? Because I see there's a courtyard for the sort of rear building with that interior stairwell. So every unit has the two egresses, but how are they accessing the patio?
The patio is only accessible to the ground floor unit. That's a private unit. So all egress is going to go out through the front. And that's the purpose of the exit passageway on the first floor.
To the ground. Is the door missing here or is that a sliding door through the bedroom?
Yeah, slider, yeah.
Understood. Okay. But everybody does have access to the courtyard and the plaza and then the roof decks.
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience? Planning Commission.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. 2 existing buildings sit on this 3,500 square foot lot, and there is documented history of previous multifamily use. Given the size of the lot, 7 units is in character with the surrounding neighborhood. The building on Fairmount Ave is currently non-conforming at 38 feet and 6 inches. The appellant has not demonstrated that the proposed height of 46.5 feet is the least minimum. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for 7 dwelling units and grant the requested variance for height with proviso max 38 feet 6 inches.
If I may, I'll just respond quickly to the height because we are adaptively reusing the rear. The additional height allows us to get back the GFA that we're demolishing in the rear of the property, but also level the floors so that they match up with the front of the front structure.
All right, so MI 2026-000-234, 329 to 31 Fairmount Avenue. I vote yes with proviso. Revised plans, 4 pages, stamped by ZBA on May 13th, 2026.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gassner, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
You have, let's see here, number 10.
Thank you very much.
Who's
Yeah.
doing 10? Who's doing 10? Oh,
Oh, I'm doing 10 and 11. Yes.
oh, okay. All right. I got it. All right. MI 2026-000-236, 56 to 69 East Armont Street. Council, could you please state your name? And you don't have to spell it, just state your name.
Yes, Andrea Solomon, and my client is here, Cal Leslie, so I'll ask him to step
Okay.
up. I'm also going to switch over, if that's okay, to plug my computer.
Whatever you want to do. You have the 12th Ward with serious support, and Council Member Bass has also sent a letter of support.
Yes.
Our
Switch.
Board Secretary has a few questions.
Good afternoon, Council. Did you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
We did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
And you can share your screen and begin your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. This application is for the change of use at the ground floor of an existing structure to add artist studios. There's no proposed changes to the height or to the existing structure. The property is located in a auto commercial zoning district, and so the proposed use for artist studios is not allowed. As Chairman Bergman stated, we did receive the support from Cindy Bass. Actually, and my client, Cal Leslie, is here and he can speak to this. They're working with the councilwoman's office to find tenants, community-based tenants for this space. We also received the support of the coordinating RCO, the 12th Ward Democratic RCO. The property is at the corner of Kenyon Street and East Armont Street. It has 46 parking spaces. It is a large 14,000 and change square foot property that formerly housed child care facilities, and I believe it was also a foster office that they helped adoptive parents and foster parents. It has then, since they left, has been sitting vacant. My client acquired it about a year ago. And has not been able to find a single tenant that is able to occupy this large space. As you can see, it's quite set back from the commercial corridor of Charlton Avenue. And it's in front of this extra space storage facility across Kenyon Street. And on the other side, it is facing a warehouse for Verizon Wireless. So not a lot of foot traffic and a difficult place to find tenants. So, but we're proposing, and here are the images of the street frontage: Kenyon Street, Armit Street. This is Armit Street, one of the entrances to the lower parking level. What we're proposing is in this corner of the ground floor space to add artist studios and break up for smaller tenant spaces. We're envisioning really community-driven asset, and that this becomes an asset for local artists to be able to come in, set up shop, emerging artists to really have a place where they can create. This is the interior of the property. It's quite vast. This is the actual space that would be subdivided into the artist studios. And more images of the interior of the property. It has a large storage space in the back. We did actually get a permit for the second floor of this for an adult care facility. That tenant has since dropped out, but the vision for this is to really be community spaces, and it's been difficult to rent out such a large structure in this location.
Is this just for the one part of it, or
This is just for the one part of it. Yes, I have the
one
floor
at the corner
plans.
you just showed us?
Our application. Here we go. So this is the ground floor level. Again, there's 46 or so parking spaces, and this corner of the ground floor level is what we're proposing for the subdivided artist studios. We've seen this model be successful in other areas in Philly. This is the former U of Arts building, and they're subleasing these spaces for studios of smaller footprint so that they can come in and create. And the posting notices. So that's the proposal. If we can swear Cal in, he can talk a little bit about his
Your
vision
mic on,
too.
the green light on the bottom?
Yes.
All right. Could you get close? That's fine. Could you please state your name and then spell it for the stenographer?
Kalfani Leslie, Khalfani, Leslie, Leslie.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Mr. Leslie, you saw my presentation. Is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes.
Anything else you would like to add?
Yeah, actually, I think I've had other projects that have been solely more residential, mixed-use developments, and this was one that honestly I'm struggling with because the use for it is not really a network I have, which I think would be beneficial for the community, city organizations to use vast amounts of this building in different ways. So this is just one concept that is proposed as an idea, given that this space is available specifically and work needs to be done in this part of the building anyway. But this is a small portion of the building where other offices, community-based organizations could be involved and pretty much share the space. The intention is not really to, build a giant structure at this location. It's really to use it for what exists in that neighborhood. And I just don't have those kind of connections within the city or to get this in front of them. So artists is
And that's why you've been working closely with the council's office to find community-based tenants.
Right.
Correct.
So that's really the goal for this building. I think I'd love for organizations to take a look at it because then they would understand the scale and how it could actually be used. So this is the first step.
Questions on the board?
Yeah, what are the other uses that are happening?
Question.
in the
Oh,
rest of
go
the
ahead.
building?
Right now, the rest of it is vacant.
So we're only talking about this portion as artist studios, and then whatever's coming next is still TBD?
Yeah, offices, businesses. Again, we had the second floor was going to be an adult care facility, but that tenant dropped out. Hopefully we can find a similar entity.
And the artist studios are only happening at the first floor level, or like,
Yes.
Other questions?
well, I
Nope.
stopped.
So I'm just thought something just as you talked that this is a way to get this building activated on the first floor. Okay. All right. And that's been the input from council and the community. Okay, I got it.
I mean, I think, so have you interviewed or talked to any artists in the planning of this?
I have.
You have?
Yes.
Okay, because I will just say, your comparison to the VIA building is it's a wide comparison because like both locationally, but the other building also has a lot of other wraparound support spaces for the artists. I'm one of the tenants that's going to be in that building. We're actually moving. At least starts on Friday, and like most of the building is not individual artists. The draw is all of the like other space. There's a gallery space. There's like things that artists need. Whereas this looked very utilitarian, like the Matrix. It was a bunch of cubicles. I also feel like artists typically need a lot of like water, right? Like most art things either need water, and like I didn't see a lot of water hookups on this building. So I do question a little bit how this is going to function as a really great studio space. They also need lots of light. These are very tiny windows and fluorescent lights. So like the things that typically artists would want or that most fine artists would need, the building currently doesn't look like it's supporting. And so I'm a little curious, like without some of those other supportive spaces, how this is going to function as an arts community.
Yeah, it's been vacant, and I think you're right. The hope is that we have all these other bigger tenants that are a draw, and it becomes a really community-based space.
That being said, most of that has little to do with the use and more with the layout of the space. But I do think like as you're developing it, that's something I would think about.
There are options here. I mean, we have multiple units designed to make it, affordable, attractive, but they can be larger, occupy more of the window spaces when we construct it. We do have water hookups at 2 locations within that area, but they weren't shown on that plan that we plan to incorporate. Overall, this idea essentially came from interested tenant who wanted to do a print shop for
This would make more sense because those operate very well in things that look like basements.
Right. Well, we didn't even show you that portion of the building, but it's like a warehouse space, and that was where the print shop would have been. And you could have walked from the print shop to these artist studios, and those were students that would come into the building. So then it would start becoming this kind of environment that supports all of these arts. So after-school programs, things like that. So.
And that print shop is the business support, which is by right, but is part of this application.
Got it. Okay.
Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson.
It doesn't sound like the building's kind of divided into like units or suites, so it probably wouldn't make sense if the board granted to put a proviso for a specific area. The way it's set up now, anyway.
Right, it's not subdivided yet. I think we had applied for it on the ground floor.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't specify that on the refusal, but that's fine. So, okay, thank you.
Just ground floor only when we do it.
If the board wishes, yes, we can specify the ground floor. Yep.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission, thank you.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the existing CA1 auto-oriented commercial to CMX3 commercial mixed use. Under the recommended CMX3 zoning, artist studios are allowed by right. Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for artist studios.
MI 2026-000236, 53 to 69 East Armont Street. I vote yes with proviso, ground floor only.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taiwan, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you for coming in, sir, and good luck with your project.
Thank you, appreciate it.
So MI 2026-000267, 1935 Huntington Street. Andrea, just state your name,
Andrea Solomon.
and could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
Yes, my client is LOD LLC, and here on behalf of LOD LLC is Evan Litvin, who was already sworn in.
And I see a letter from Councilmember Squilla, and also there's East Kensington Neighbors Association, am I correct?
Great.
Our board secretary has a few questions.
Good afternoon, Council. Did you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
We did?
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Then you can share your screen and begin your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This application is for the demolition of the existing structures and a lot line adjustment of two parcels, 1935 East Huntington Street and 1944 Harold Street, combining the two parcels and then readjusting to subsequently create three parcels. We received the support from ECNA. This parcel is located on it fronts two streets, Huntington and Harold Street. As you can see, it is an oversized and irregular lot that is zoned for RM1. Sorry, so many today. It's zoned for RM1. We're proposing to more regularly subdivide the lot and follow the context of the neighborhood to create more regularly sized parcels. The refusal is due to the fact that even though the parcels will be similar in size to the others existing on the block and in the neighborhood, they will be below the required lot size. This is East Huntington and Harold streets where the proposed lots are, the existing structures that are proposed to be demolished. And again, it's a primarily RM1 block. There is various zoning, but you can see the parcel sizes are really similar along Huntington Ave. Here, there's other very similarly sized RM1 lots. We're proposing this lot area diagram breaks it down further, and the more immediate blocks, including, in addition to the lots that I just showed, are very similar in size. The three resulting lots that we're proposing, K, L, and J, will be in conformity with the other existing parcels, also zoned RM1. The zoning site plans, here are the lot lines as existing and as proposed, and elevations of the eventual proposed development, which would be by right. Here they are again, a little bit more closely, and I'm happy to turn the mic over to Evan for more questions, but it's again, the refusal is just for the resulting lot sizes.
Mhm.
Nothing to do with what's going to go on.
Yeah.
Okay, bring Evan on. Evan?
Yes,
Evan, just for the record, could you please state your name? You've already been sworn.
sure. It's Evan Litvin.
Okay, counsel?
Evan, you saw my presentation, and is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it
And
is.
you adopt it as your own testimony?
I do.
Anything else that you would like to add, or? I think
Nope.
we can take questions from the board. Any questions that you have?
So once these are once this lot is subdivided, will the rear yards comply?
Yes,
So they all be by right? Okay.
correct.
And the alley is the easement,
That's correct.
shared for just those parcels or the whole block?
Can't hear you.
Oh,
Can't hear
sorry.
you.
You're right. I was saying the red is showing an easement alley, and is it shared just for those 3 parcels or the entire block?
And a fourth parcel at 1937 East Huntington.
And have you talked to the adjacent property owners about the subdivision?
So, Evan, at 1937, there was common ownership, is that right?
Yeah, we presented at ECNA at the RCO, and we discussed it at length. The immediate neighbors were not there, though. Actually, I'm sorry, 1937 is aware of the project. The immediate neighbor to the other side is
1933, I guess it is, or I guess there's one on each side. Okay.
All right, other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Planning Commission.
Welcome.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RM1 residential multifamily zoning at this location. The proposed lot sizes are in harmony with the surrounding area, and the configuration is in the spirit of the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for minimum lot size.
Thank you. MI 2026-000267, 1935 East Huntington Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
I win. My vote is yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, counsel.
Have a great
Thank you.
afternoon.
You too. Number 12, MI 2026-000, 291, 4714 Griscom Street. Vern Anastasio is the attorney. There's non-opposition from Councilmember Lozada and support from the RCO.
I'll become a bacon as the panel control, because there he is.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Counsel, you've already been sworn today. Just for the record, state your name.
I'm Vern Anastasio, ANASTASIO, on behalf of my client, Mr. Mark Brown.
Okay, our board secretary has a few questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council.
Afternoon.
Did you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Then you can share your screen and begin your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, the property in question was purchased by my client, and it was already built out by the previous owner as far as framing is concerned. So what my client would like to do is, in fact, finish it up. And when doing so, it would become a 5-family dwelling. This is the property in question, exterior. Here's the interior. And we'll show you some plans as well. just so we know here, Unit 1 is the basement. It's 737 square feet. Unit 2 is 422 square feet. Unit 3 on the first floor will be 546. Unit 4 will be 503, and Unit 5 will be 500. You can see the plot. Here's your aerial view. Your plot. And the interior layout drawn to scale. I could zoom in if you'd like. You can see the lower basement unit. You enter to the side. Kitchen living area, 2 bedrooms and a full bath. We have a rear entrance to Unit 3. Open concept with a full bath, 2 additional bedrooms. You got this unit in the front. The kitchen, 2 bedrooms and a full bath. Then the second floor, 2 additional units, 1 in the front and 1 in the rear. We also have an attic with laundry area and mechanicals. This is the refusal, dated 12/18/2025, and the project information form. Here's the taxes. Here's the rental license that was active, effective 2/24/2026. The internal, there's the proof that the purchase was just, several months ago, October 2025. And as the RCO letter indicates, the work that was done with permits. I'm also going to share something else here for you. That's not what I want. Hold on. There it is. So the request is for 5 dwelling units. There'll be no new construction exterior wise, and there will of course be 1 sprinkler system. There's a 75-year history of multi-use on the property. As far back as 1948, there was a multiple mixed-use commercial structure. In 1965, there were 5 units. There were 2 dental offices, an optometrist, and a 2-family dwelling. So this historically has in fact been multi-use for quite some time, which is another reason why the RCO felt compelled to send a letter of non-opposition, as did Councilmember Lozada. MVMDE LLC is going to be the property management. As you can see here are the 5 units broken down, again, with the different square footage, to the bedrooms and the baths. Unit 1 basement has a dedicated entrance from the rear. There's 2 street-facing entrances for the first floor. And then there's interior stair access for the Unit 4 and Unit 5. We're moving all of this into evidence as well. And we have 2 binders. This one is a 21-pager that we're also submitting into evidence. With that, I'd like Mr. Brown to...
We're in a question before he comes on. What's the rest of the block look like?
Say it again?
What's the rest of the block look like?
So there's vacancies, and there are some boarded up properties. There's vacant lots, and of course, there's also multifamily dwellings, including single families, a couple single families on the block as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Why don't you bring your client on?
And with that, I'd like to call Mr. Brown. If you could raise his virtual hand. Thank you.
They'll be rejoining as a panel, is that?
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Hi, sir. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Name is Mark Brown, MarkBrown.
Right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you turn your video on, Mr. Brown? Thank you.
Mr. Brown, I'm sorry. Mr. Chair, may I proceed?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Brown, did you hear my presentation to the board this afternoon?
Yes, I did.
Is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add, Mr. Brown, to the for the board's consideration?
Not really. This property was purchased in October of last year. It's very large compared to the very large property. As you can see, it was of various uses throughout the years. It was never really used as a single family property in its entire existence. I mean, as Mr. Vernon said, that there's quite a few different properties on the block. There is an open lot beside me. There is also large multifamilies further down the block as well. There are mid-block, and there's also single families. It's really a mixture of quite a few different properties on the block. But
Thank you,
again,
Mr. Brown.
given the history, go ahead, Vernon.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, questions from the board?
Yeah, it looks like
Yeah, just one general comment. I think the units are too dense. I don't think they work at all for 2 bedrooms for each one of those units. Even your plan just says kitchen, doesn't say kitchen living. You don't have, it doesn't work in terms of a living space. So it's just too dense, in my opinion.
Other questions?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the history, and it looks like this had, for a long time, only been a 2-family apartment, like, building. So, like, we're going from 2 to 5, and I think that's, like, a really big shift. A question that I have is, like, what's the width of the alley that's now 2 of the units are being accessed from sort of
It's about
the
5
freeway?
feet.
It's
It's about 5
feet?
feet. Yes.
Okay. And then all units will have access to that backyard?
Yes, all units have access to the backyard through the alley.
Okay. And then what's the plan for splitting the mechanicals and for the 2 separate laundry areas?
Well, the mechanicals, the idea is for the basement to have the mechanicals for 2 of the apartments, and the attic to have the remaining.
Okay, and they're already in place?
No,
Meters
nothing is
are-
in place.
none
Nothing
of
in
the meters
place.
are- okay.
Nothing is in place. Everything is right now is just whatever you see in the pictures. That's all that's there.
So it's still rough framed?
Yes, but it's still rough frame.
Okay. I mean, then I think, reiterate, I do agree that there could be more living space. I do think this is a very dense with not a lot of public space for like the units, and I feel like if you're hoping for families, that's going to make these really hard to be viable housing units.
If the board is inclined to grant a variance for a number of units that are less than what Mr. Brown is proposing, he certainly would prefer that to a denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Other
What
questions?
was the width of that side yard again? The side alley?
The
Is it-
side about 5 feet.
You've got 5 feet. So once you do light wells out of the basement bedroom, I don't think you'll have enough room for a walkway.
What is the size of the units? Like the
I'm
square
sorry, I
footage?
couldn't hear.
The size of the units.
Square footage for the units.
Yeah, I went over that at the beginning. I'll bring it up again for you.
It's right on the screen. It's
Right there.
Okay.
They range from 422 to 737.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Question?
How are
So
you
it's small for
sorry,
two
how are you
bedroom.
determining the occupants? Because they're all the same number of bedrooms and bathrooms.
Well, that's going to be subject to the lease.
Understand that, but you've got it listed here as 3 and 4. Like, these are all the same bedrooms and bathrooms, but like one is almost 250 square feet bigger than the
I
other.
think it's Mr. Brown's intention to lease to no more than
It's
the
really
numbers.
really just based on the number of bedrooms. I think when we did the initial drawing from the architect, that's basically as it was listed. But If it's a 2-bedroom, it's only going to be rented to to somebody with only 2 occupants.
I think a 2-bedroom would be 4
No questions, but I
occupants.
just want to note, Mr. Anastasio, I don't think we've gotten piecemeal documents for this and not your packet. So if you could upload that by close of business tomorrow, so we have your complete packet, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I sent it to Mr. Haggerty, but I'll do the same. Yep.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any further hands.
Planning Commission.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the existing RSA 5 residential single family to RM1 residential multifamily. This property was remapped from CMX2 to RM1 in 2014 according to the recommendation in the district plan, and was later remapped again to RSA 5 in 2017. Under the recommended zoning of RM1, they would be allowed 5 units based on the size of this lot. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for 5 dwelling units.
So Vern, yeah, obviously there's been some questions raised. So what I'm going to do is we'll take this to executive session next Wednesday morning, and I'll vote at 2 p.m. next Wednesday.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
But for the record, this is targeted for RM1 use. Is that correct?
Pardon me?
This property is tagged for RM1 use, a designation in the future. That's what the Planning Commission has said.
Yep.
Is that correct? Yep. Thank you.
All
All right. Thanks, all.
All right, we got one more here. MI 2026-000855, 1664 Conklin Street. Mr. Consul is our attorney. There's non-opposition from Wissahickon neighbors and non-opposition from Councilmember Lozada.
I'll be back in as a panelist.
Mr. Consul, I've sworn you earlier today. Could you just state your name for the record?
Attorney Joseph Consul.
Could you identify your client and relationship to the property?
Cynthia Buffington, and she's the owner of Prima Casa Sessa LLC.
Okay, and our board secretary has a few questions.
Good afternoon, Council. Did you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
And you can share your screen and begin your presentation. Thank you.
All right, last one of this docket. Joe's up. I'm here on 1664 Conklin Street. As I mentioned, Cynthia Buffington is on the call, hopefully. She owns Prima Casa Sessa LLC, which is the owner of this property. As noted on the screen, we're here seeking approval for a 2-family dwelling. As noted lower down on the screen, in 1985, this was granted approval for a 2-family dwelling, but as it notes, the permit was not picked up. So there's the variance that was granted in 1985 for 2 units. Property was built as such, but they never picked up the use permit. And we have some decent background about this property because my client's been involved in it since that 1985 date. The property in 1985 was owned by her ex-husband and her former mother-in-law. They went to the ZBA, got the variance, but didn't pick up the permit, as mentioned. And for decades, it operated as a single-family residence with an antique bookshop in one of the units on the lower floor. And I'll show you the pictures. That does not appear to have been licensed, but it was lived in by the family that owned it. But at some point, my client got divorced, and her partner, who's now deceased, purchased the property from her ex-family members. So not super convoluted, but the point is she's been involved with it since the beginning. So as you'll see in the photos in a second, the property is still set up as 2 units. It's perfectly move-in ready quality. She's kept it really nice, and we don't believe that there's too much to discuss here. So there's the exterior of the property. It's our proof of mailing. Some more exterior photos. Showing where they store the trash in the side yard. This is the first apartment, which functioned as an antique bookshop. My client Cynthia is an antique books dealer, and that operation has been moved somewhere else. Going upstairs, we'll go going into the basement. Pardon me. Now we're upstairs at apartment 2. We also included the deed. Project information form. And she does not have a tax clearance at the moment. We do have a tax balance of a credit on the property. We're going to get the clearance. There was some issues with her LLC not having filed something or other, but she's rectifying that. So we understand if the vote has to be held. But this is the only property that LLC owns, and she got it when her former partner died, and the estate transferred it to her LLC. So with that, if Cynthia's on the call, could you raise your hand?
They're coming back in as a panelist, Council, Mr. Chair.
Hi, do you see and hear me?
We do. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Cynthia Buffington, Cynthia. Buffington, B as in bird, UFF as in fish, INGTON.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do, and I should tell you that I am not hearing everyone quite clearly.
What's that?
Yeah, there's a bit of an echo coming through, it sounds like.
Echo. And faintness for some speakers, not all.
Okay, Mr. Counsel.
Cynthia, did you hear my testimony just now regarding your property at 1664 Conklin?
Hold it, Joe.
I'm sorry.
Cynthia, do you have two?
Cynthia, do you have a
Cynthia, do you have two devices on?
I don't think so. My phone is nearby, though. Let me turn it off. Does that make a difference?
A little bit.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I think it did. Oh, no, there's a delay on your computer, I think, Cynthia.
I don't know what to do about that, or...
Okay, so I can step in here. This is Ian Hager. I'm just going to mute Ms. Buffington while you're asking questions and then ask her to unmute to answer your questions.
So why don't we do this? Joe, you're an officer of the court. Because of the situation, you can testify for her. Am I correct?
If I can, then yes, I will.
Yeah, you seem to be able to do it. Okay. Questions
Okay.
from the board. Questions from our attorney.
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Addison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 3 residential single-family zoning at this location. This property has a documented history of two-family use. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for two-family household living.
MI 2026-000-855-1664 Conklin Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, board. All right, Cynthia, I'll give you a call. Bye.
All right. Is there anyone in the audience who case has not been called from the 2 o'clock list?
I do not see any hands raised, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break and then we're going to come back and finish, okay? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Board Secretary, Cheryl Gaston.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board members, Michael Johns. He'll be on any minute. Taya Wynn
Present, Mr. Chairman.
and Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our attorney, Hillary Emerson, our zoning board director, Ian Haggerty, and our board administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. This hearing is being recorded and will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you agree to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote participation, whether in person or on Zoom. If you are called to speak, please state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. After that, state your name each time before testifying. To enter an appearance, indicate the property address and list it on your Zoom webinar. Speak with a staff member. Call the ZBA office by close of business tomorrow. Call 215-686-2429. Also provide your name, email, and the case address. Remote participation. Raise your virtual hand, when directed, so we can bring you on to testify. Whether we call on you, you must click the join as a panelist button. Use the Q&A only for procedural questions, not the case comments. If you are joining by phone, please hit *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. Let's look at our schedule for this afternoon. There's nobody here in person. Number one. MI 2025 007-183 2435 to 37 East Veneco Street. Wow. Okay. This is a continuance. Am I correct, Hillary? Okay. This case will be continued to 9/16/26 at 3:30 p.m. Next case, number 2. This is withdrawal number 2? Oh, 5. I got 5. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. I wanted a 2. MI 2025 007-392 2232 Latona Street. This case has been withdrawn. And number 6, continuance. MI 2025 007-410 310 Moore Street. This case is continued until 9/16/26 at 3:30 p.m. Mark must be heard. We're going to go to case number 2. Is that what Andrew? Yep, 2. Yep.
And Mr. Chair, we received updated documents and case number 2 that is ready to proceed.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
Number 2, MI 2025 007-314 1949 Devereux Avenue, Min Nico is the attorney. Nigan.
Yeah, this is Jason Hand. I will be a co-host for the session. I
Sure,
have a
thank
hand
you.
up. You're welcome, sir. I have a hand up from a Tanya Solomon. May I see if she's related to
Why
the
don't we
case?
bring her on and see if she's part of that?
Understood.
Maybe the attorney's with her.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Is counsel there?
Yes.
Hi, counsel, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Min, M-I-N-H-V, Nguyen, N-G-U-Y-E-N.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
My client is Miss Tanya Solomon. She is a leaseor of the property.
Right.
Leasee, I'm
Is
sorry.
she the owner?
No, she's the leasee.
Okay. Were you okay, Lori? I do have a letter of unanimous support from the RCO, and also I
Mhm.
see a letter from Councilmember Lozada.
Yes.
Our vice chair I'm not our vice chair, our secretary has a few questions for you.
Good afternoon, Council. Did you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Good afternoon, Board Secretary. My client, Tanya, did submit the documents 5 days before hearing.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Then you may share your screen and proceed with your presentation.
They join as a panelist.
Yes, so joining right now as a panelist. They'll be back in shortly.
So that's right here. Good afternoon, esteemed council members. Are you seeing my screen?
No, sir.
Hmm. Are you seeing the screen now?
We see you now, sir.
Yes.
What is the screen shared, esteemed council members?
Okay.
Yes.
We see you and your client, I guess, right?
Oh, so let me share the screen again.
Yeah, did you click the share screen button, the green button at the bottom?
I did, but let me redo it.
It may ask you to select what you wish to share, whether it's your screen or a particular document or window.
Okay.
There we go.
Here we go.
Okay, so let's go to this. Esteemed council, my client is requesting a limited zoning relief to permit a small group childcare use with a maximum of 12 children at the property. She's not requesting an intense commercial operation. She's requesting a moderate community center daycare operation in the building that has already been uniquely situated to the exact type of use. The evidence from the board shows, before the board shows that this property is not a typical dwelling, residential dwelling. The property historically has operated as a dental office. The photographs that we submitted clearly demonstrate that the property has long functioned in the community serving manner and physically resembles a small professional office rather than a traditional single-family residence. Then show you some pictures.
So counsel, here we have all your documents. Why don't
Yes.
you do this? Why don't you go to the photos so when you're talking about it, we can see what the photos look like, okay?
Okay. So here's the photos of yeah, it's a long one. Sorry, Councilman.
Well, no, take your time.
Here you go, the photos. This is the drawing survey of the property, architectural. This is the photo of the property. It's a corner unit. It's attached to the Resino RS5A.
Right.
It's always been in use as a dental office. This is the photo of its original use.
Right.
Do you want me to go back to that picture?
And so that original use, that's the property she's going to have the daycare. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you have pictures inside of there? Maybe you should show
Yes.
them
A couple
again. Why don't you
pictures
show
of the
them?
inside. Right now, she's not operating, but this
I
is a
understand.
picture of the insides.
Right. Right. And that was a
Mm.
dental office at one time.
Yes, it was.
And then I think I saw you have drawings of this, right?
Yes.
Why don't you show the architectural drawings?
Okay. Here's the architectural drawings of the property. As you can see, the property is semi-detached from the residential area. Floor layout.
So why don't you go back and just let people take it in a little bit?
Okay.
So, and it'll only be in that part of it, not into the house, right? It just stays there?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. This is the notice of refusal. Let's go back up to the notice of refusal.
Well, counsel, we've already seen your notice of refusal.
Okay.
Right, so we have.
So
So she
we
wants
have
to
some.
put- she wants to have 12 children in there, am I correct? You say that?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And she runs one now?
She does have another business. Yes.
That, as a daycare?
Yes.
Okay, so how long has she done that? Just give us an idea of their experience.
I've been in business now for over 17 years.
Hold on 1 minute.
Started from a family on up.
I know. Let me do this. Why don't I, could you state your name and spell it for the stenographer, and I'll swear you in.
Tanya Solomon. T is in Tom, A is in Apple, N is in Nancy, Y is in Yo-Yo, A is in Apple. Solomon. S is in Sam, O is in Orange, L is in Larry, O is in Orange, M is in Mary, O is in Orange, N is in Nancy.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
So, counsel, why don't you question her about what her experience has been and things like that?
Ms. Solomon, do you agree that you've been in the childcare profession for over 15 years?
Yes.
How do you feel about working with the community?
I've actually worked close with our council people in the community as far as book bag giveaways. Not only have we been trained to do CPR, we are certified to train other facilities to do it.
Mm. So, Ms. Solomon, the community, you have signatures from the community. Can you explain that?
Yes. So what we did when we decided in the location that we wanted to put this, we saw the need for a daycare. There is not oversaturated. There was a need for it there. So what we did, we went to the businesses that's already in the area, and we spoke to several of our neighbors. And with the zoning signs and everything going up, we actually got a waiting list now for the facility.
How many neighbors signed the petition to help you
We
get?
have over 50. The RCO actually, and the RCO also contacted and got 30 more supporters.
So you also have support from the councilwoman. Can you
Yes.
explain that a little bit?
Yes, we spoke to Councilman Lozada, who is also in support of the facility going there.
Now, could you ask her this? Is she going to have to do work inside that property?
There's nothing to be done. The only thing we had to do was paint the walls. Everything else is there. It's already handicap accessible. In a daycare facility with 12 children, you only need one handicap bathroom. We actually have not only a handicap bathroom, we have another bathroom there.
Okay. All right. Questions from the board?
Yes, what's the plan for play spaces for the,
There's a huge yard out front. It's a huge yard already fenced in. There are also barriers. I guess they put extra barriers around there because it is a corner property. They put extra barriers around the fencing.
okay, and then are you going to do anything or is it just gonna be the yard as is?
I can't hear you.
Are you going to add anything or is it just the yard as is?
Well, we not adding anything ridiculous. Like we would have some toys and stuff that we would put out there.
And then what's your plan for drop off?
There's drop off and pick up. There's parking spaces in the back of the building. There's off street parking. Not only is it parking on Devereaux, there's also parking on Bustleton Avenue.
Okay, and so you have exclusive use for the parking lot that's attached to the commercial
Yes.
building? Okay.
Yes.
And then how many employees are you planning to have on site at any given time?
2 full-time, 1 part-time.
No further
Other questions?
Yes. What age children are we talking about here?
Infancy to school age. So it'll be a mixed use. With it being 12 children, it's considered a mixed use for a group.
And there are no steps in this?
No
building?
steps, no.
Okay. And how many restrooms did you say?
1 handicap and 1 regular size bathroom.
Okay. And then I think even with there being no steps, do you have sufficient means of ingress and egress for this property? You generally
can't
need to
hear
have
you.
at least- Do you have sufficient ingress and egress? You need like
Yes,
these
there's a
two.
front entrance and a back entrance.
Okay. And yeah, generally you have to have, the upgraded fire protection system for children who are not capable of self-preservation, which is
Yes, it's a fire system already in the building.
okay. And door with panic bars so that folks can get out.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The appellant has shown that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed variance for group childcare.
Hillary, what do you want to do for defining where it's at?
So, yeah, so I was gonna ask, because this is like an adjacent, almost like wing of another row house. Is this specifically set out as like a separate suite or anything like that? I'm just trying to determine location. I mean, we could say ground floor.
Ground floor addition?
Yeah, we could say ground floor addition. Does the applicant or their counsel have any feedback on specifying
Counsel,
the
can you hear what
location?
Council?
We have it down as ground floor also.
Ground floor. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So you just say, I think just say ground floor. That'll be
Okay.
fine. Thank
M-
you.
MI 2025-007-314, 1949 Devereaux Avenue. I vote yes with proviso, ground floor.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, esteemed panel.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye.
Number 3, MI 2025-007-333, 734-42 Sampson Street. Darlene Treat is the attorney. Unanimous support from Washington Square West. and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla. There's also a petition of 29 signatures.
Good afternoon,
Hi, Council. How are you?
Chairman Darlene Reed on behalf of the applicants.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name is Darlene, D-A-R-L-E-N-E. Last name Freet, T as in Thomas, H-R-E-A-T-T.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Would you identify your client and the relationship to the property?
My clients today are Ashkar and Val Patel.
Our board secretary has a few questions.
Good afternoon, Council. Did you submit your exhibits and documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did. I did receive the community letter today, and I only uploaded that today.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Then you can share your screen and begin your presentation. Thank you.
Can you see my screen?
Yep, we have it.
Great. Good afternoon. I'm Darlene Three, and I'm representing the Patels today. Actually, the official address is 734 to 42 Sampson Street, but this address is part of the Jewelry Trade Center, and the actual address for the property is 129 South 8th Street. I submitted a package of information today, which contains about 40 documents. I won't go through them all. I will start by showing you the refusal. We asked the LNI to give us a permit to add pawn to a jewelry store that we operate currently at 129 South 8th Street. My clients have been in the jewelry business for many years. They've been in the jewelry business for about 12 years. Currently, they have another jewelry store on 8th Street, 117 South 8th Street, called Reuben the Jeweler. They also have a jewelry store down at 2746 North Front Street that they've been operating for about 14 years. I just really wanted to show you the store down here to show you that at this particular shop here, it's an outlet, which is also a jewelry store, and it also operates as a pawn shop. Now, currently, we are asking the board to grant us a license to expand our business at 128 South 8th Street to add pawn. Now, we only want to add pawn in regards to jewelry and jewelry only. So there'll be no one walking down the street with televisions or stereos or anything like that. Basically, we do custom jewelry. We've had jewelry shops for a very long time, and our clients have asked for the need to get loans or either pawn their jewelry. So we're in front of the board today trying to legally get the right to add pawn and pawn only just for jewelry to our current operation here on 129 South 8th Street. I'm going to just go through a few documents for you. Here is the actual lease. I didn't put the whole document in, it's about 50 pages, but I did give you the terms. The lease is until 2027 currently, and it is signed. I just really wanted to show you too, the actual address of the lease is 129 South 8th Street. There was a little bit confusion concerning the posting of this property. And here's the lease, and it's signed by the Jewelry Trade Center and my client, Valsak Kumar Patel. And here's the tax information for the property, up to date. And I just really wanted to show you that the client has the current licenses. He has the commercial activity license, the precious metal dealer license, the scales and scanner license. That's a picture of the store that they've been operating in the pawn capacity down at 2746 North Front Street. And I would like to say, in order to operate pawn in the city of Philadelphia, Every year you have to renew your license, and every year you have to get a letter from the captain of the police station in your district to indicate that you've been operating correctly and that you're a good business. Here's the scales and scanner license for the business down on 2742 North Front Street. This is the current store. As you see, we just have a sign here. It's Goldilocks Jewelers. We currently operate this business 6 days a week from 10 to 6, Monday through Saturday. We have 2 employees, and we do high-end custom jewelry, mainly gold and diamonds at this location. Just going to show you how the block looks. Of course, we are on A Street in the Jewelry District. That's the front of our store. That's the posting. That's some of our goods in the front. So another picture of the store, and this is actually the interior of the store, and this is the entire store. You were walking through here. We have a L-shaped counter here. We have some display counters here. We have some displays here, some displays in the back, and you could actually walk down here and go behind here. There's a restroom back here, and in the back behind there, there's a safe. That's just an interior picture of the jewelry on display. That's the safe behind the jewelry display counter that I previously showed you. It's just a long shot of 8th Street, looking to the right-hand side of the street. That's a double shot, an angle of the entire block. It's another shot of 8th Street, 8th Street. And here's the actual plan for the store. Again, we have the entry right here. We have the roll down gate here. We do have a buzzer at the door here. We do have security lighting outside. You come into the jewelry store here. We have the display counter here. You could actually walk behind the display counter. And there's a little desk in the back here. There's a bathroom in the back here. And back behind here, there's a little storage. And there's a safe. Again, this is display counter. And these are the counters on the wall with the jewelry. We did notice a community meeting, which was held on April 28th with Washington Square West. We sent out 103 notices. We also circulated a petition with 30 signatures. We did get signatures from Sampson Street, from Chestnut Street, as well as 8th Street. Here is the letter from Washington West. There were 9 members, board members in support of the project. And frankly, everyone who attended the meeting, 23 participants, all supported the project. And then we had a character letter from the pastor that lives near the jewelry store that's operated currently and pawn shop on Front Street, indicating the character of the Patels, how they've been in that neighborhood for 14 years, and how they run a good business. And that's all I have, Chairman.
Want to bring your client on, counsel?
Mr. Patel, can you raise your hand, please?
We're coming back in as a panel shortly.
Thank you.
Hello.
Could you please state your name as spelled for the stenographer?
Yes, Akshar Patel.
Could you spell it, please, for the stenographer?
Sure. AKSHAR. Patel, PATEL.
Right. Do Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Patel, could you turn your video on?
sure.
Thank you, sir. Counsel?
Good afternoon, Mr. Patel.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Patel, do you and your family run Goldilocks Jewelers currently at 129 South 8th Street?
Yes,
And is the lease that I showed the members today, the lease that you're under right now with the owner of that building?
yes,
And have you heard my testimony as presented today to the board?
yes,
And if you were to testify today, Mr. Patel, would you adopt my testimony as true and correct?
yes.
That's all I have, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board?
So are you moving into this space, or why are we here today?
This store has been operating since 2024, and we would just like to add another service to the current jewelry store here, which would be pawn, which would allow us to hold our clients' jewelry, to lend money on the jewelry, to buy the jewelry and or sell it.
And does that include appraisals and things for?
Yes, they do appraise the jewelry.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other questions?
Given that you're going to be expanding your services, is there going to be any alterations to the site? Like, are you adding a safe or anything like that at the rear?
Currently, we have a safe at the rear. I didn't go over explicitly all the security measures that we have, but I will. We have a roll down gate. We have a buzzer to buzz you in and out of the facility. We are connected with the police department there. We do participate in the point of service system, which allows us not to sell stolen jewelry and to report stolen jewelry. And we also participate in the OFAC system, which is the Office of Foreign Assets, which allows us to track and us to inform and individuals to inform us of stolen jewelry items.
Okay. Well. And so I guess that safe is in the rear where the
The
office.
safe is in the rear. I'm sorry, I want to show you a picture again.
I think there's a picture of the safe. It's a big safe.
It wasn't on the plan. Okay.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney, and we want to straighten out what's the address, right?
Yeah, so I understand that the mailing address may be different here. We can't really change what L&I, we can't change what L&I has determined is the address on the refusal. Is there, I'm not sure how big the overall building is at 734 to 42 Sansom, but I don't know if there is a way, if the board approves, to specify where this location is, if there's a unit or a suite number or just ground floor.
Well, I'm gonna just go back to the lease. It is a little confusing, Ms. Emerson.
Yes.
It really is.
Maybe Mr. Patel could help us.
The lease number, and it's specified as 129 8th Street.
And they also mentioned 740 Sansom Street, I see there.
Yes, and when I sent my notice, I noticed the Sansom Street address. I just put also doing business as 129 8th Street.
And this is just this use just occurring on the ground floor?
Yes, on the ground floor only.
All right, so maybe we can just narrow it down that way, just to say ground floor.
Use the address they have.
So I don't think, I think that would be confusing if we listed either the addresses on the lease, because L&I recognizes this parcel a certain way, and so I don't want to cause confusion.
So I'm saying, so it's going to be 734 to 42.
Yeah, so that's what's already on the, that's what's on the refusal. That's what's going to stay, but we can just say
ground floor.
Ground floor, exactly.
And I would also note that the refusal says corner with South 8th Street.
Yes, it does.
MI 2025-007-333.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to forget you. You just came in here and surprised us too, but go ahead.
Nina Solomonic with the Planning Commission.
Could you spell it, please, for the stenographer?
Solomonic.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed.
The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing CMX5 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. This property sits along the historic Jewelers Row, and the proposed use is in harmony with the surrounding area. Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variances for regulated use within 1,000 feet of existing regulated use within 500 feet of protected use, and personal credit establishment pawn shop.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Is there anyone, did I do the virtual? No one in the virtual audience, I take it? Okay.
No, Mr. Chair, no hands raised.
MI 2025-007-333, 734 to 42 Sampson Street. I vote yes with proviso, ground floor only.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, council.
Thank you very much.
Number 4, MI 2025-007-387, 147 West Loray Street. Bromley French is the owner applicant.
I'll be coming back in as a panelist shortly, Mr. Chair.
This application is for use as a 2-story family household in an existing structure. Whereas the proposed 2-family household is prohibited in the CMX1 zoning district.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bromley French Jr. I'm here with my father, Bromley Sr.
Okay.
He is the applicant and owner.
Hold on. All right, he's going to testify, okay. Mr. Bromley Sr., could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Bromley French, Bromley, French with 2 F, RENCH.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Sir, Mr. French, our board secretary has just a few questions for you, okay?
Okay. Good afternoon. This application is for use as 2-family household living in an existing structure. There's one use refusal, whereas the proposed use 2-family household living is prohibited in the CMX1 zoning district. So did you submit your exhibits and documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then you can share your screen and begin your presentation.
So Mr. French Senior, I need you to be the one to respond, not Mr. French Jr. So,
Okay, I can't
thank
help him
you.
out with the presentation.
Yes. Sorry. Yes, you may proceed.
Can I help him out with the presentation?
Yeah, my son.
Absolutely, you can absolutely provide tech support. The property owner is the one who has to testify. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. French, why don't you tell us what you want to do?
Yeah, it's an existing 2-story, 1-bedroom apartment on each floor. It's been there. I bought it. How long ago?
08.
I bought it in 08, which was 2 parcels, which was subdivided by the other party. I mean, just like I got it like that.
Okay, do you have photos of the property?
Yes.
I see the photos. And sort of tell us what we're saying.
Okay, so I'll show you the front for him. This is the
Well,
property.
your father
Okay.
has to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the property.
So that's going up to the second floor?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And there's a step from the first floor going up to the second floor, the staircase right there. From
the first floor.
That's not separated? You come into the house and
To
tell me
the-
what
No,
happens
it's
when you
separate.
come in the house.
Yeah, when you come in the house, it's separated. It's a hallway going to the second floor.
Two
Right, go to
entries.
the second floor, and then you go into a door to the right?
First floor. First.
First floor.
First floor, right, that's what I'm saying, but there's a door there. You go in, there's a door that separates that?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
This is the first unit. First floor.
It's first floor.
Kitchen on the first.
Kitchen on the first floor. Bathroom.
Bedroom.
Bedroom.
Second floor.
Second floor. Bedroom. Kitchen.
Bedroom.
Bedroom.
Living room.
Living room.
Howard's
To water tank for each unit.
and the meters.
And 3 electric meter for each floor and 1 for the basement, which we use for
Let me
storage.
ask you, Mr. French, how long has it been like this? Has it been already, when did you separate it? Did you separate it or was it like that?
No, I bought it just like that. And
You
I've
bought
used
it like that? It was already
Yeah.
like that when you bought it?
Yes.
Did you put the utilities in or anything?
Yeah, one of the utility I put in.
Okay.
It was a 1 hot water tank and I put a second hot water tank.
Let's picture the plug.
Picture of the block.
Beginning and end of block.
We got a drawing here.
The letter of support.
Letter of support.
And the meeting summary.
Well, why don't you go back for didn't you have something there? Tell me why you think wasn't there something that said justification for this? I just saw it. So why don't you tell us why you think you're justified for this? That's all.
If it's with the neighborhood.
It's for the neighborhood because
There's nothing commercial in the block.
there's nothing like this on the block.
Mr. French Jr., you need to let your father testify because
Okay.
it's gonna be
Yeah,
confusing. to the-
Just don't get fancy. Why do you think this is justified?
Because I'm in the property owner. I own a few more property. So, consider the city is short of housing. I do Section 8 also too. So I'm figuring that, I'm trying to establish more property for people to live.
Right. And how many other houses on the block are duplexes?
That I own.
No, that there are duplexes on the block. Is there other duplexes?
On the second block, there's a few.
No. The rest of the block where your house is, right?
Yes.
Right, you're on Luray Street.
Yeah.
On that block, are there other duplexes?
Yes.
Yes.
I can't answer for you.
Okay, questions from the board?
Can you pull back up the floor plans?
Yes.
And zoom in so that it's like 1 floor at a time?
Yes. Yeah, front.
Okay, can you go to the first floor first? Sorry.
First floor. Yeah.
Okay.
You go to did you see that?
Wait, go back to first.
Oops.
Okay, you can go to the second floor.
Okay.
Okay, so what is your plan for the basement?
Just storage.
Just storage, and only the unit on the first floor has access to that basement?
Just one person.
Okay, and then what's the plan? I see you've got the trash closets. Is the plan to have each tenant store their trash in their unit?
Yeah, yes, there's all the way that I'm gonna use for trash.
And you're gonna add an enclosure, okay, it looks like in the side yard, both
Yes.
tenants have access. We're
Yes.
demolishing the garage. Okay. I think the biggest comment, I mean, obviously, there's no laundry here on site. I think
No.
that's not typical, and you've got a whole basement, and you've got 2 ways in and out. I think to figure out ways to get that on site would be nice. And then 2, the second floor unit is really tight. I think, it doesn't have a living room. I think you've got 2 bedrooms and a relatively smaller living space.
On the second floor, 1 bedroom.
The second
One-
floor
Yeah,
unit
you
listed
said
as
1
2.
bedroom, but the plan says 2.
Yeah.
Show the pictures.
Show the picture. I'll show the picture. The pictures. Okay, this is the living room.
Probably works as a 1 bedroom and not as a 2.
No, it's a
Yeah.
one bedroom.
This is the bedroom. That's the living room.
Yeah. It's a bedroom, and this is the living room.
These are the photos?
Yes.
That's the second floor, not the first.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you go back to the plan really quick? Sorry.
Mhm.
So it looks like it's furnished as a living room, but it's called out as a bedroom on the plan.
Yes.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Did you say that something was gonna be demolished? Oh, it's next door.
No, we
Part piece of the garage.
piece of the garage is gonna make
Is that
a
is that on your property?
yes.
All right, you're gonna be demolishing that. Okay, I just want to be clear that this zoning permit's for a change of use only. It's not for demolition of a structure, so you will need.
No,
a
not
separate- Yeah,
not for the
so make
structure,
sure-
just for it.
Yeah, just want to make sure you're clear that you need a separate zoning permit for that.
Yeah, so 36 inches walkway go back there.
Okay, all right, thank you.
It's not a full demolition.
Questions from the virtual audience?
No hands raised, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Ina Solomonic with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning from CMX 1, commercial mixed use, to RSA 5, residential single family at this location. There is no unique physical condition or circumstance of this property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the proposed use variance for 2 dwelling units.
So, Mr. French, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about your case next Wednesday in the morning when we are in the executive session, and we're going to vote at 2:00 next Wednesday on your case, okay?
Okay,
All right, and thank you for your presentation. I appreciate your patience with us.
thank you.
Is there anyone in the virtual audience whose case has not been called?
It's in your hands, Mr. Chair.
Thanks to everybody. We got a lot done today, I think. We beat Ian's times. If anybody's interested, Ian had a prediction of a time, and we beat his times, and we're going to keep trying to do that the best we can. But thank you. I thought we
Hey.
had a couple interesting cases today. Thank you, everybody.
You're welcome, sir.